Wow, it's Monday. Time to get to work. Got a lot. I got a lot of stuff going. Oh, look, boom. We're just starting. I'm missing a hat. Where's the hat? Go, good Sprocket. Good boy. Bring me my hat. My hat's on the shelf. But it's Monday, and it's gonna be a very, 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 very busy week. I want to start off right away with we have a Stream Raiders PvE already started. We got PvP on Friday. Now, we did not win the tournament last week. Remember, the tournament is random ticket win. However, what we did get done is I have the very nice, very neat shipping boxes. And inside of these 4 shipping boxes, I have a Logitech G635 headset. Now, I do have to tell you guys, I'll be giving out one of those per show for the next 4 shows. And then we've got 2 more coming next month. But I'm only able to send those to United States addresses. Those winners have to give me a United States address. I did look up the Canadian thing. Somebody did alert me that the Canadian customs thing changed, which is great and all. However, the shipping to Canada is ridiculously expensive. So you can win from any country you want, but I'm only shipping it to a US address. Yeah, if I would send that overseas, it would be really pricey. Yeah, some places it would actually cost me more than the value of the item to ship. When it's all said and done, I'm going to be honest, because I said I would give away the 6 headsets we won. I'm going to give away the 6 headsets we won. In the future, I'm going to be honest, I will probably not give away the prizes that we win. I will probably sell the prizes that we win and then give away gift cards. Because reshipping a tangible item, I mean, I'll appreciate that. That's 2 already. I mean, I'm already down about $1.50 for each box. So that's $6 in boxes. I mean, I'd rather have $6 more left in the pool, but I will give those away. Today, I will be giving away 2 gift cards as well. Anybody can win those. So don't let me close the show without doing the giveaways. I was supposed to give away the last of the gift cards on Friday, and then I forgot. It was just the nature of what we had going on. With that said, oh, that is the wrong button because for some odd reason my Stream Deck software isn't loaded. I don't know why that doesn't automatically load anymore. It used to. With that said, I had a very busy weekend. We did Sword of Legends online early on Friday. That game turned out to be, what did I write down? Not great player acquisition funnel. I never got a chance to go back in. I can't tell you why I didn't get a chance to go back into Sword of Legends online over the weekend, but you can rub a couple of brain cells together, probably figure that out. So it's been busy. It's been busy, really, really busy. So I got that. Also, you guys should see paradox points at the bottom of the channel again. I re-enabled those. I realigned some prices. I did order the in-room air conditioner. I know that I said that I was going to order another steampunk piece for the cosplay. However, I think everybody can agree it was more important to order the air conditioner. I want to give you guys a little example. My office is 75 degrees. Since I've put the lights on in here, the office is 75 degrees. The rest of the house is 69. This room just doesn't get enough air conditioning with the solid core door. There's no returns in here. There's no airflow. So no points for you. Let me check. Thank you for letting me know. Let me, okay. Reload. They should reload your Twitch and then they should be there. There they are. Oh, they're there. Good. Perfect. Excellent. Now, I don't know if your balances are there. I'm sorry. That's one of the things in life. Have I talked about Steve? Have I talked about the Steven comment yet? No, I've not talked about the Steven comment yet. I'm going to do an entire segment of my show on that because I feel partially responsible, and I'll explain why. I just want to get through all the other, I want to get through all the other news things. Oh, your 229K points are back. Excellent. Excellent. That's what I thought would happen. Goggles on, posture check. Thanks, guys. Thanks, guys. Let's start the show. Let's start the show right away. Let's start the show right away and just make me, let's just spend points right off the back. Right off the bat. Okay. So, this will be a little odd to do the show this way. I haven't bought new goggles. I need to buy different goggles for this side. I remember. Oh yeah. But now I'm trying to read with not my readers on, but also through green lenses. So as you can see, paradox points are back. To lose the glasses. Good timing, man. The glasses are already gone. Paradox points are back. I do want to say, take them off. No, I can't. These are goggles. I can't take these off. When these are done, I just wanted my glasses for 5 minutes. Appreciate that. Appreciate the attempt. So yeah, paradox points are back. The new AC unit for the weekend will be here. Oh God. Now we're going to do it. We're crossing the streams here. We're crossing the genres. We have the goggles and the hat. We have the goggles and the hat. How much were those, and are they custom order or available purchase for online? These are available. I will get you the goggles if I can see. No, that's the wrong place. Wow, man. See, this is why I stopped doing this. This is the link to the goggles. There you go. That is an Amazon affiliate link. I do acknowledge that. The nice part about that is that money also helps generate extra money. So wow, we have I'm gonna be wearing a lot of hats today. Awesome. Thanks, guys. Thanks. I want to take a minute to give hearts in chat to a Mist. A Mist started her show today and she wasn't feeling well and she stopped. She stopped streaming. So loving chat for a Mist. She'll know that we did it. Anyway, where was I? But yeah, the paradox points, the new AC unit will be here Wednesday. That was pricey because I had to get a 2-hose system. Tamir is laying in bed right now. She was able to walk around a little bit. Oh, appreciate that. Much appreciation for that one. Tamir was able to walk around. She was able to walk around today and yesterday. She got a mile and a half in today walking, so that's good. Obviously, she can't just lay in bed for the next 2.5 weeks and take narcotic painkillers to deal with a kidney stone. Kidney stones suck. For everybody that I know has said, have I switched over to Gilded yet? No, not yet. We have not done that yet. Where is my? Why is it not here? Manage. Wow, this is going to be difficult. I can't find the button. And I cannot find the button. Oh, I can't even see, man. You guys are horrible human beings. Rate a channel starter, rerun, host, channel manager, poll. Yeah, here we go. Now I can see that. Can you tell us anything about the state of the game without breaking NDA? No, that should be a no-brainer for you to try to figure out. I can't talk about the state of the game because the state of the game, I can't talk about the state of the game without breaking NDA because the state of the game would definitely be covered as it would definitely be covered. I mean, sure, I can if I want to lose my account, which I do want to speak out against the people who think that it is a good idea. Oh, no, that has to come off. So these can come off. I want to talk about the people. I want to talk about the people who don't understand what NDA means. Have I enjoyed my testing time? I can't tell you that. You're asking me a question. You're asking me a question about testing. I can't answer it. NDA, never discuss anything. NDA, never discuss alpha. Or Intrepid Studios has to now delete account. You don't, like some people say, oh, you can do that, oh, you can do that, oh, you can do that. No, you can't. Read your NDA. And then the funny part is, a lot of people, did I read any of Steven's comments on the Discord and the NDA channel? Delete that. No. Because that's not even common knowledge. No. People are, first of all, I'll just say it this way. 25 years ago, I was a pre-law student. So I am a little familiar with the law. Number two, people who are like, your NDA can't prevent you, really? And then I'll just say to them, have you signed that NDA? And they'll say no, but then shut up. Don't tell me what my NDA says if you haven't signed the same NDA. So the guy on Friday that the Golden Feather raided, while the Golden Feather, which they're on the Ashes of Creation stream team with me, I'm the brains, they're the heart and soul. They raided a guy to try to get him some numbers, and to do their thing. That's their thing. They help promote content creators. After they raided him, he's in there talking about he's in there talking about, NDA, like a fucking Muppet. And then, I'm gonna say this: Intrepid Studios has been very, 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 very forgiving about that stuff, because there's other companies that aren't. There's other companies that will literally clip what you said, and then they'll issue you a DMCA strike. There are companies, did you know, you may not know this, you can receive multiple DMCA strikes against the same piece of content. And you can get hit 3 times and suddenly now your channel is gone. And I remind people that some people are like, well, who cares? What does it matter? Well, if you're a Twitch affiliate and you have filled out your tax paperwork, so love the hat. I love the hat too. I got this on my honeymoon 11 years ago. Yeah, 12 years ago. I got this on my honeymoon. Nope, 12 years ago. We took our honeymoon late, unfortunately. We had to take our honeymoon 2 years later because we were an E5 and an E4, and you can't really do Disney very well on an E5 and an E4 salary. And then somebody told us that we should do Shades of Green. I will tell you right now, all my ex-military people do not ever do Shades of Green. Not at Disney World. The Disney World Shades of Green Resort is horrible. It actually costs more than a resort does with the military discount. We're 3 years in this week and we're still waiting on that honeymoon. Hey, congratulations. 3 years is an accomplishment. Most marriages don't see past 2. So, Disney World's going to open up capacity soon. Disney World has been slowly raising their capacity. I just saw in the shareholders report that they missed target numbers because the resorts are still low. But obviously now the CDC has said that if you're fully vaccinated, you don't need to wear a mask, which means everybody will just stop wearing masks because everybody will just claim that they're fully vaccinated. Sometimes the things this country does just boggles my fucking mind. So you'll basically get everybody stop wearing masks, and then the conjunction of masks plus immunization. That's awesome. Let's see. Some states are opening back up. I really don't read every single comment that's not on track, so repost is great. But if it's not related to the game, if it's not a question about the game, I may have skipped it for a reason. So not everything. I'm trying desperately to stay on something that looks like a track. Can someone explain how the cosmetic skins work in Ashes of Creation? Are they skins as in they only attach to specific pieces of armor, or more broadly to any piece of armor? Okay, good question. So in Ashes of Creation, what you have is you have two things. You have full body cosmetics that go on your paper doll in a slot that then everything else is just taken care of. Like you've said, I want this full body mesh to take over my entire character. This is similar to Arcage. In Arcage, if you put, like costumes, full body cosmetics and full body costumes are basically the same thing. Now in individual pieces in the cosmetic sets, when you have, say, the top hat, right? Do I still have that? I think I cleaned off my desktop today. So the full body cosmetics, for example, when you have this particular full body cosmetic, right? If you put this full body cosmetic on, then this takes care of everything. It covers up everything except your weapon. When you only have the shoulder piece on, the shoulder piece goes into the shoulder slot because it's a costume cosmetic piece. So you can mix and match individual slot pieces, but you cannot mix and match the full body cosmetics. Now you also have transmogging, which is one piece of gear obtained in game that you transmog over another piece of gear. Now, to my knowledge, transmogging has to be like piece to like piece, which means if you transmog, you were to transmog a plate piece, you have to transmog a plate piece to a plate piece. But if you were to have a cloth set of gloves, you could put the cloth set of gloves cosmetic on your paper doll. Now, are there some bits and pieces that they're still working out about how all of that's going to work? Yes, absolutely. They have a lot of bits and pieces left that they want to work out. Also, some of that has to do with feedback. Some of that has to do with ultimately, can they do everything they want? Can they do everything they want in a good fashion? One of the things they've said is that they want you to be able to still put belts and backpacks on over the full body cosmetics. Keep in mind, I want people to pay attention to some key verbiage here. What they want is ... A lot of times, and we've got some really dumb people on the Ashes of Creation Discord. They first of all, there are some people that I don't think can read. And I say that with all sincerity. People actually argued the fact today that Head Start servers aren't pay to win, when the creative director has said, we're trying to mitigate as much of the pay to win of Head Start servers as we can. So remember, guys, I say on this show all the time that the white knights are worse than the toxic players. There are literally people on the Discord today saying Head Start isn't pay to win. And I wish Steven had seen it and jumped in and been like, yeah, I said Head Start servers were pay to win. Because when Head Start is a one-time pay to win, sure, absolutely. Head Start is a one-time pay to win. Okay? Head Start is a one-time pay to win. Head Start servers doesn't make all of Ashes of Creation pay to win. Nobody was making that argument. But there were a lot of dumb people on the Ashes of Creation Discord who, they're white knights, and they're way more dangerous and they're way more toxic than the people that are pointing stuff out. You can't, if you think that you can defend Steven even when Steven has, like, I don't want to say was wrong. Steven has said the Head Start servers are pay to win. They're trying to mitigate as much of the pay to win as they can. You don't mitigate a characteristic that you deny exists. You can just choose not to play on a Head Start server, right? Absolutely. You absolutely can. You do not have to play on a Head Start server. There will be 1 to 2 Head Start servers per region. Now, of course, if the argument is what are the mitigation steps they're taking on the pay to win servers, that's a different argument. That's a completely different argument. But there are literally people saying the Head Start servers aren't pay to win. And I'm like, well, talking to you is like trying to saddle a cow. I'm going to work like hell, but what's the point? Because if the creative director has said they're pay to win and we're going to mitigate the pay to win as much as we can, then where is the discussion at that point? Where is the this is a fact, not an evidence? And so really those people just don't get it. And those people don't understand that they are way more destructive than way more destructive than the people who have a concern, because you're literally beating people over the head with it's not pay to win, it's not pay to win, it's not pay to win, and you're driving people out of the Discord. Here's the Monster Coin discussion that I did previously. Yes, Steven has said they acknowledge the Monster Coin thing, but they're not going to talk about it at this point. Steven has said, got it, we're not working on that system. Down the road, when that system comes up, they'll take a look at the concerns. And if you watch that video, there's really only one tiny aspect of the Monster Coin system which could even possibly be flavored pay to win. And I think even if the developers address it, right? If the developers talk about it and address it, they can say, we've heard that, here's some steps. I mean, there's lots of things they can do. I saw somebody ask, can you apply that full body cosmetic on a level 1 character with starter gear? Your gear doesn't matter. You can put a full body cosmetic over your naked, buck-ass naked birthday suit wearing ass. You can put a full body cosmetic over nothing. You don't have to have any gear on, because wearing gear and a full body cosmetic have nothing to do with each other. You're not transmogging it. In fact, you can put the full body cosmetic on and then be changing the gear underneath it all the time. Am gonna need some more people, folks. Need some more people in the battle. We're starting off with a 4 today. Probably not the wisest decision. So, speaking of Stream Raiders, we did well last week. We were 17-12. We could have ended at 17-11. Wolfus won, so congrats to Wolfus. I want to talk about the channel real quick. I did change the emotes by request. I put the ban hammer is now on the tier 1 subscription. So when somebody gets banned, you guys can take out the hammers. Yeah, I put the ban hammer up and I moved hype to tier 2. With that said, there are going to be some new sub badges coming. Our secret artist has started working on a different set. Instead of coins, bars, and diamonds, there's going to be some steampunk related sub badges, so that's pretty cool. Friday. I will be on the Golden Feather on Friday. This is going to make for a very, very interesting show on the Golden Feather on Friday, because Friday is also Stream Raiders PvP, which means I'll be in full PvP costuming at the end of my show, and I probably won't be able to, I probably will just stay in full steampunk gear for my interview guest appearance on the Golden Feather. So that's gonna be a good time. Also, what is a good time? You know what the best feeling in the world is? It's when it's desk cleaning day, office cleaning day, and the office is clean. So that was very cool. My vacuum minion has failed me for the past few weeks, and the vacuum minion didn't vacuum, so I vacuumed my own office, and I, finally did some cable management and feeling pretty good. The desk is clean. It's nice when my desk is black, not dust gray, so we took care of that. I do need to wipe it down again. Let's see, on the list of things. Oh, new music. I got some new music made. Paradox Gaming Network Music will have at least one new release this week. By request, somebody asked for an 800 hertz relaxation, water, and thunder track. I was aiming for a little bit more rain, but PGN Music is up and running, and that's been really, really helpful. So if anybody needs DMCA music, DMCA free music or copyright free music for a project, Paradox Gaming Music, you can use all of that music for your projects as well. Hopefully we'll have everything up on Spotify by the end of June. Right now it's looking like I might have to punt the Spotify release until July. I spent a little bit too much money on one particular track. I spent about 3 times as much as I normally spend on a track, so bad on me, bad resource management, but we should be okay. I should have the other 4-pack of jazz done. I might be able to go. Subscribe to tier 1, 10 months. Where's the time gone? That's like a baby and you're getting ready to start on number 2. So, let's see. We got about 2 minutes. Let me put up the hat. Let me knock out this stretch. It is going to be kind of nice. People making me stretch again. Some of my shows, my back is really hurting me by the end because no forced stretches. You know, forced stretches are good. Make you relax. Am I tired? Yes. Yes, I am. Nice tumbler. I know this tumbler is sexy. Also, I have the Paradox shirts. Should be here. How's my room temperature doing? The temperature in this room is gross. The new air conditioner for this room alone will be here. My room has gone up 6-7 degrees since I started the show. Since I turned on the lights for the show, this room has gone up 7 degrees, and the rest of the house is at like 69, 70. My room is at 76. So, the problem is that with a solid core door, there's no return vents, there's no air circulation. There's just hot air accumulating. Yeah, I have the window, the individual unit arriving on Wednesday, and then I will get all that set up. What's my opinion of New World pay-to-win boosts and pay-to-convenience? Does it show Ashes as a better quality product? We're going to talk about that all in about a minute, a little over a minute, because I do want to talk about Steven's comment, because I feel partially responsible for it. I want to do that as the second segment of the day, because I want to focus, and I want to turn off the jazz, and I want to talk about some stuff. I want to show some stuff. I want to criticize some people. I want to criticize a couple of media outlets, because I think this sensationalism that these media outlets are doing is really, really unfair. And so I want to talk about a bunch of bits and pieces. Let's drop down here to Stream Raiders. I'll wait the 17 seconds. Get any last minute drops. Get any last minute drops in here, and then that way we have a good 30 minutes to do the segment. It's usually my segments are about 10 to 15 minutes, but I do want to talk about the Steven comment, the Steven quote. In fairness to Steven, it looks like we're doing okay because they finally got the thing fixed. 55 to 47 will be okay. So. Asmongold loves Steven's responses to them and didn't think he should apologize and he should continue. Yeah, he did. With that said, with that said, there are things that, and I'm going to talk about all of it. I'm going to talk about all of it in a second. Because I just want it all is all one straight single line of thought. Steven's, yeah, we're gonna hold up. Let me get this done. Let me flip us over to a nice blank clean a nice blank clean canvas. We're going to talk about all of it. Because we have 30 minutes that we can just dedicate to this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pop us over to a segment. I'm going to make sure we turn the jazz off. I want to turn off everything that's a distraction, and then I want to put a stream marker in here, and we're going to talk about the Steven. We're going to call it the Steven comment. Okay. So here's why. You guys know that I live by the motto extreme ownership. Steven's my friend, right? Steven and I talk. I feel bad because Steven's comment is a direct result of something I asked him. Now you can go to the official Discord and you can find my first comment and you can follow the thread. And I would love to be able to just make the excuse that I was having a casual conversation with Steven and the comments came up, but the truth is I wasn't having a casual conversation. I was having a content creator conversation. I said, in light of New World's announcement, can we get a 2021 quote of no pay to win on Ashes? Looking for something, I was digging for something, had a void, had nothing going on, didn't have anything tweet worthy, didn't have any Instagram worthy. So I was looking for something that I could get Steven to say so that I could, so that I had something to tweet, right? Looking for media, looking for content to create. Doesn't always have to be videos, doesn't always have to be YouTube, doesn't always have to be streams. Steven says, I really enjoyed how it was stated that they would include quality of life terms like level boosts and trade skill boosts, but nothing that affects competitive aspects of the game. Why you do this, Amazon? I was flattered when they drew inspiration from some of my designs, but honestly, who the fuck made that decision? I just want some new blood in the genre, for fuck's sake. Now, this is where I feel bad. Because Steven would have never made that comment had I not asked them that question. I said, but Steven didn't deny pay to win, panic and run. And that's where I kind of guided him back to the Steven. It was great that you talked about the other guy, but you haven't answered the question. And there will be no pay to win in Ashes, period. Now, I think this is where it should have ended. However, there are a lot of people who are fans of New World who are not fans of Ashes of Creation. Remember, I said that you should just support the genre and then your individual game in the genre. I don't see anything wrong with Steven's comment at all. There's nothing wrong with this comment because he's absolutely 100% correct. Level boosts and trade skill boosts, but Intrepid said nothing that affects competitive aspects of the game. Now, some people would say, well, they obviously wouldn't have put that stuff in at launch. Well, now we'll never know because this story has caught traction. Now, the first thing that I want to show is this story over at Massively OP. And you guys have already seen that recently I've been speaking out against MMORPG.com and Massively OP as a website because I think that the quality of their investigative journalism and the quality of their journalism and the quality of their rag, the quality of their marketing, the quality of their advertising, I think the quality of everything is low. With that said, Massively has carried my stories in the past. Massively has cited me, has quoted me, has referenced me. Bree Royce is what I consider the gold standard over at Massively. Best contributor. Ashes of Creation boss criticizes New World business model, argues for subs and cosmetic shops. Okay. So I can tell by the headline here that Bree has dug into the story a little bit. New World Cash Shop snafu last week still has a wide swath of MMORPG community locked in arms, apparently. Readers will recall that a tester leaked info from the NDA locked alpha that suggested Amazon was adding both cosmetic and leveling boosters to the Cash Shop, which of course caused an uproar from gamers who deem that pay to win. And I don't think that you can, I don't think that you can argue the pay to win aspect there. Did I buy this advantage? Yes or no? If yes, then it's pay to win. Amazon, of course, almost immediately countered the leak by clarifying that the Launch Cash shop would contain exclusively cosmetics items only, and the company is merely testing ideas on how to offer quality of life items for mechanics like rested XP and fast travel, with the timing of the potential release of such items depending on how the launch goes. Our goal with all items of any type is that they not offer an advantage that imbalances the game, the company wrote. Okay, let me stop you right there, because that is you advancing Amazon's agenda in the opening paragraph of a story that you led off with condemning or indicating that the Ashes of Creation boss criticized New World's business model. I don't think this is a very fair first paragraph. I don't think that that's a very fair first paragraph, because then if that's your thing, it should have been more framed. New World scrambles to address NDA leak. Ashes of Creation boss criticizes, condemns their business model. That, you see all I've done is change the headline and I've made it more authentic, because the first paragraph is you talking about New World scrambling. But you know that there's 3 million people who are fans of Ashes of Creation. So you put Ashes of Creation, boom, that's instantly going to get people clicking in. So the original leak drew snark from all corners of the genre, including from rival developers. Apparently, Ashes of Creation's Steven Sharif lashed out on Discord. Okay, this is sensationalism. Steven didn't lash out. I've shown you guys. Steven wasn't. And this is why I want to make sure it's on the record that I'm to blame for Steven making the comment, because I'm one of Steven's content creators, and I asked Steven a question. Had I not asked Steven the question, Steven didn't just come into the Discord to lash out about New World. Okay, so that is a key part of this discussion. I asked a question. I asked for the feedback, okay? I asked for a quote to reassure our community that there's not going to be any pay to win. So Steven wasn't lashing out. Steven was responding. Now, the remark was clearly made off the cuff and isn't even all that objectionable, given that I suspect most MMO players are tired of companies trying to redefine pay to win to be just one hair past whatever it is they're trying to sell us. Now that's a good line. That's a really, really, really good line. And you guys know that for the last, 4 years I've been a content creator, I've said pay to win is defined as, did I pay for this with real world money? If yes, then it's pay to ... Let's stop quibbling over the severity of win. Let's everybody agree so that we can all have a discussion that it's pay to win, and now we can talk about the severity of the win. Just like in my Elyon video, I said they're selling mounts in the cash shop that would take you 300,000 in-game gold to get if you bought it. And people dismissed that as a pay-to-win claim because they said, well, you can earn that much money in 30 minutes when you're level 40. I said, well, that's great when you're level 40, but if I can buy the mount when I'm level 1, don't I get the advantage for 40 levels? Don't I get the advantage for 40 levels? Let's not argue whether or not it's pay to ... or not. Let's say it's pay to win. Let's talk about the severity. Now, here's what I don't like what Massively did. But in any case, Steven Sharif apologized for his outburst, calling it unprofessional, before going on to clarify his position, especially in light of the fact that Ashes of Creation has an extensive pre-launch cosmetic shop, startling high buy-ins for alpha. First of all, I can't take you seriously. I can't take you seriously as a media outlet, because you started a sentence with a fucking conjunction, okay? I cannot take you seriously, and I know it's petty. I understand it's petty, but when you come from education 25, 30 years ago, this is sloppy writing. This is so I can't take you seriously. Sharif apologized for his outburst, calling it unprofessional. Period. That sentence should end there. before going on to clarify his position, especially in light of the fact that Ashes has an extensive pre-launch cosmetic cash shop and startling high buy-ins for alphas. That's a backhanded insult, and Steven he's not justifying his pre-launch cosmetic cash shop or his startling high buy-ins for alpha. What does it matter what those are? What does it matter about those two things when he was talking about New World's business model? Because you see how I'm so concerned now about the state of MMORPG journalism. This is bad. This is not a news piece. This right here, this says news. This doesn't say op-ed. If this was written as a op-ed, opinion editorial, I'd be okay with it. But this is supposed to be a news piece. This isn't even what Steven did. Now, here's what's disingenuous. Essentially, he argues in favor of cosmetic cash shops and subs as the combination provides a steady income for developers. And it looks like right here, they pull 3 paragraphs about what he said. Here's why this news outlet is a fucking rag, okay? Here's why this is a rag. Here's where Steven starts. Regarding my commentary in Discord on New World. Look at all them paragraphs. Let's take a look at all of it. Let's not take a look at, first of all, also let me remind you that what they did here is actually incorrect. This is textbook bad journalism because in a buy-to-play game on the shop side, cosmetics. In a buy-to-play game, cosmetics. In a buy-to-play game on the shop side, cosmetics. Did we forget this entire paragraph? This is called a block quote, which is done properly, but then you can't leave out one paragraph. Now, I will say that what they did was they gave a link. They gave a link to the Reddit, right? Actually, no, they don't. This link takes you to another thing. Is this the one? Yeah, this is the one. This takes you to the Reddit link. This takes you to another Massively article, but they didn't break up the block quote. They didn't skip the paragraph. No, he didn't forget the paragraph. They merged it into one. In a buy-to-play game, like many in the gaming community. Where is like many in the gaming community? Oh, okay, I see. Okay, got it. So then this is incorrect. I gotcha. Then this is incorrect. This shouldn't be done like this down the side. They shouldn't have this block quoted because they didn't quote. They combined it. On the shop side. And about to play game. Okay. Let's go over here. So it's good to know that they didn't skip it. It's just good to know that they quoted it incorrectly. But let's talk about the very first thing that they didn't when they chose to pull those 3 lines out. I agree my commentary was unprofessional, and I will endeavor to be more tempered in my responses on my response to the issue I care about. Sometimes it is difficult when, as a player, I was excited for their MMO and what it brought to the MMO space, which desperately needs more successful products. Steven, on a number of occasions, has said, a rising tide lifts all boats. So a rising tide lifts all boats. Steven doesn't wish New World bad. Steven wants New World to be successful. Because if New World is successful, the genre is successful. I also have strong views that cosmetics and subs are good monetization strategy for maintaining content updates on MMORPGs. We all know what free-to-play causes and buy-to-play causes a high barrier to entry. Though I'm not as opposed to buy-to-play. Yeah, they're quoting his apology without actually quoting the apology. Yeah, that's a good one too. The optimal business model, in my opinion, is a sub with cosmetics only. And that's fine. Guess what? He's allowed to have his opinion. And now this is going to be, let's make sure that what he says in this is what he's always said. Subs supply the developers with a steady income to make content, and MMOs live and die from their content. It also incentivizes the team to perform with that content, meaning the content will need to be good to retain users over a period of time, not just during that content launch. I think that's fair. In buy-to-play games, companies already have your money, and their interest in retaining the user is diminished to a degree. Of course, they still wish to retain the user, but when that loser leaves, they aren't dropping their sub, and buy-to-play games can consider the next revenue event as an opportunity to win back the user. That is very, very true. And for anybody that doesn't recognize this, look at Guild Wars. Once you buy Guild Wars, they don't care if you stay. Because why would they? They already got your money. In fact, in a buy-to-play game, from a dollars and cents, black column, red column point of view, you want the person, in a buy-to-play game, you want the person to play for a couple of months and then leave. Because they're not making any more money off of you unless you're buying out of their cash shop, but you count as they have to provide server space for you, and server space is expensive. On the shop side, I cannot express my opinion on this any stronger. Like many in the gaming community, I've experienced great games die because the company introduced pay-to-win advantage. Whether that advantage is a winning one or a quality of life one, it undermines the content, the player-based efforts, the core gameplay loops, and lessens the sense of reward a player feels when they achieve something. Cosmetics, in my opinion, can supply additional revenues in a respectful way so long as there are in-game achievable visuals that match and exceed the ornate complexities of what's offered in the cosmetic shop, and purchased cosmetics aren't tradable. That is key. And I know we have taken our own flack for our pre-order system. Now, what does this say? And I know we have taken our own flack for our pre-order system. But wasn't that something that the article didn't exactly hit home on? And especially in light of the fact that Ashes of Creation has an extensive pre-launch cosmetic cash shop and startling high buy-ins for alpha. And that link takes you to another massively article, not to the sentence that Steven just said. And I know we have taken our own flack for our pre-order system, of which I have tried my best to engage and explain how our packages work and how our cosmetics offered are used in variants to actually help build our world. Furthermore, cosmetics must be actual skins, meaning the player must first achieve the actual mount or building or armor in-game and then can apply the skin they've purchased. Now, this right here is something I'm going to have to take back to Steven, because this, I don't think he thought through all the way, because there's a contradiction to a previous statement. So I will be taking that back to Steven. Bottom line, the MMO community is diverse and has many opinions on the aspect of monetizations. So of course we will each have our own opinions, and that is fine. But the best thing a company can do is be upfront about their monetization intents from the start and do their absolute best to stick to what they've said. And if changes are needed, explain why. Announcing the changes that were announced and in the way it was announced, I felt was disrespectful. And it saddens me as a player and a member of the MMO development industry to see that. So I spoke unfiltered, and for that I apologize. Shall not happen again. Let me say this. The people who started doing this shit, right? The people who started doing this shit and getting all up in arms about Steven's comment, and all the people that trashed Steven on the Ashes of Creation Reddit because they like New World more than they like Ashes of Creation. So all these people started calling Steven unprofessional, and all these people started rabble-rousing on the Reddit. And let me simply say this. Hold on one second. So basically, you got offended. You got offended because as Steven was walking out the door, he kind of gave you a quick little like shot, like a little quick jab walking past you. You know, that shit you do, like that high schoolish shit people do where they give each other like a little jab while they're walking past. And all those people on the Reddit who started bumping their gums, all that caused to happen was that Steven turned around and said, you know what? Cool. Let me square up now. Dude, can you not can you not break your fucking NDA? Jesus Christ, man. You're in my channel. You fucking know better. You're in my channel. You've been taught and trained and taught and trained and taught and trained. Read where you just fucking read that, and then don't fucking say it on my fucking channel. God damn, man. Come on. This is why the community, this is why the state of the genre is so bad. Okay? Now, what happened was, okay? What happened was Steven gave you a little jab, and all the people started, you know, fight. Steven's disrespectful. He's this, he's that, he's the other. Okay, so Steven has to stop, set his backpack down, turn around, and now he has to articulate what he said and why he said it. He has to, Steven, I think the people who made such a big deal about this actually caused Steven to have to make this statement. And this statement right here, because it's articulated and because it's thought out and because it's not, you know, him talking to his community, this is him addressing his community. This isn't him talking to his community. In my comment was not a public comment against the New World directly. Yeah, his comment was really what I want to say should have been a casual conversation between Steven and myself. And I take ownership for causing Steven to have to take his eye off the ball and write this statement, because I could have gotten my answer a different way. But I kind of like queued him up to talk. And so I accept responsibility for my actions. But at the same time, all the people who were just being disrespectful little fucks on the Reddit, causing Steven to feel like he had to address his community. This isn't like a little jab. This isn't like a little shove. This is a fucking knockout punch, man. This is like a one shot. Steven hitting them hitting the floor, right? Bottom line, the MMO community is diverse and has many opinions on the aspects of monetization. So of course we will each have our own opinions, and that's fine. But the best, Steven, stop starting sentences with but. Fuck, man. Come on. But the best thing a company can do is be upfront about their monetization intents from the start and do their absolute best to stick to what they've said. And if changes are needed, explain why. Announcing the changes that were announced and in the way it was announced, I felt was disrespectful. And it saddens me as a player and a member of the MMO development industry to see that. So I spoke unfiltered. Let me tell you this. I applaud a man who apologizes for speaking unfiltered. I applaud him. Because guess what? Elon Musk doesn't give a shit. Elon Musk is a honey badger. Elon Musk says what's on Elon's mind, and cryptocurrency markets crash. People lose their livelihood. But you know what? That's fine. You know what? This entire thing is so scammerific, we're not taking Bitcoin for Tesla purchases anymore. Okay, Steven, it was in the open Discord. If it was in an NDA channel, I wouldn't have put this together so people can really see how it came about. It's easy to cherry pick somebody's comment. It's easy to take apart every single thing somebody says out of context. And sure, if you go on the Discord, there's going to be a lot of comments between each of these. I said this, Steven responded, I brought him back to the point, and he answered. But I'm going to take a look at not just what Steven said. I want to take a look at some of these comments on Massively, because that's your only warning, BCG, because you're a content creator and you fucking know better. That's your only warning that I will ever give you on my channel. Period. Because you're a content creator and you know better. I feel alone in thinking the drama over the cash shop has been totally pointless and like outrage for the sake of outrage. Every MMO I can think of sells convenience boosts in their store in some capacity, yet people still freak the hell out at the notion of it in an upcoming game. Interest in retaining the user is diminished to a degree. Well, first of all, you're quoting out of context. Hard disagree. They have the interest in retaining the user to maintain a populated world and to try to convert them into a user that regularly spends on the cash shop. So this person, right, doesn't understand that the business model of buy to play, they don't care about you. They don't care about you. By the way, if you're a Twitch partner and you break your NDA, I will ban you and I'll report you. What the information that you guys are sharing, look at the title of the channel that the information you guys are sharing and where it came from. Look at the fucking embargo on it. I'm ashamed. I'm ashamed of my community right now. Not all of you. I'm ashamed at a section of my community that doesn't know how to read. That doesn't know how to read. And I don't care. I will call you out on the spot, especially if you're a content creator. If you are a content creator, you fucking know better. Bold of you to assume what an embargo is. All content creators should know because it's in the contract that they sign with Twitch. And if they signed a contract with a word they didn't know, then they're part of the fucking problem. Come on, guys. I think Asmongold reacted to this, and it's already on YouTube, which leads me to believe Sharif pretty much thought of this as visibility boost for his game. Ashes is one of the most overhyped projects I've seen in a while. If this is deliberate, it's kind of par for the course of him making use of said attention. So this is textbook negativity. This is textbook negativity. You think because you want to cherry pick out. So the reason why I did this segment today is because I wanted people, number one, I wanted people to know where this came from. And I want people to know that there has to be, if we're going to be throwing blame around, see, most of the time I'll tell you, Steven is the CEO of Intrepid Studios. So he is the top of the extreme ownership. What are you for real? Are you for real? I'm literally staring at the fact that you have a purple check mark and you actually did it twice. I would suggest if you actually asked me that question, take the time to look up your partner contract and read the gaming section of it. And then go to where you're getting the information that you're trying to ask me, and then look for the 3 letters. I'll help you out. The category you're getting the information is NDA, which means you shouldn't be talking about it. There is a time there. When the time is up, you can talk about it. I shouldn't have to teach Twitch partners what an embargo is and what an NDA is. I shouldn't have to do that. I don't want people to think that Steven did this right here. This right here, I don't want people to think that Steven did this deliberately, making use of said attention. In that regard, this is my fault. Steven didn't come into his Discord. First of all, keep in mind, there is an expectation of privacy on Discord. With that said, I'm not naive enough to believe that Steven can come on his Discord and say something and people not take it 92 different ways. Okay? I asked Steven a question. I asked Steven a question. And Steven responded. That's a conversation. That's not Steven coming on and lashing out at anything. Okay? We need a new rule. Oh, hold on. I got to take that off. We need a new rule. If you're making crowdfunded MMO, until yours releases, you don't get to shit talk other companies' businesses, development practices, especially when your game is years behind where you said it would be. Again, this person is just baseless negativity. Steven's not allowed to have an opinion as a gamer. Steven doesn't have to filter. Did you really ask me if I checked the NDA news? Did you really? Did you really? Did you really? Dude, I'm deleting your comments because you're dumb. If I delete your comment, okay? If I delete your comment, it's something that you shouldn't have said. Don't keep going down that route. It's like when you're speeding down the road and you see the cop car. Slow down. If you keep speeding right past them, if you have access to stuff, you have access to it. Okay? Obviously. Okay? Obviously. Come on now. Come on. Everybody wake up. I know it's Monday. Weekend was long. Lots of people got sleepy time. But come on. You need to relax. Verbal NDA for Alpha 1 preview. I don't need to relax. And you don't need to PM to tell me I need to relax. Okay? You don't need to PM me to tell me to relax. If you got that big ball sack, man, say it in my chat. Why are you gonna PM a streamer while they're streaming? I'll call you out. I called you out numerous times. You're fucking dumb. The fact that you PM'd me to try to justify that you're not fucking dumb just proves to me you know you're fucking dumb. I called the people out. I called my own friend out. Who's a content creator, and told him he's used his one-time only warning. And then you're gonna PM me? I don't even know you. And if that's how you conduct yourself, I don't think I want to know you. What's happening is people don't seem to understand that when they read something in a protected channel, they keep that to themselves. Just joined. Did you play Ashes last week? I can neither confirm nor deny that I played Ashes last week. The only thing I can confirm is if you read the creative director's if you read the correct creative director's letter, you'll know that he scheduled testing for this past weekend. So, yeah. Sometimes I'm stuck in NDA limbo. I'm actually in shock people are really this dense. Yeah. I'm pretty sure if you have an NDA, you're not even allowed to tell people you have an NDA. Unless the NDA specifically says that you're allowed to tell people you have an NDA. Hey, that's probably pretty accurate. I know why Jay's rules say he doesn't bother finding the unban function. It doesn't? Just for the record, and this is the funniest part. And why I have zero patience. Why I have zero patience for this. Doesn't the stream title actually warn everybody that the NDA remains in effect? I mean, didn't I do everybody a solid? By literally saying in my stream, the NDA remains in effect? Like I don't know what might be happening today. Ta-da! I swear, man. So this is part of the problem. While I blame massively OP for that article that they wrote, and I blame people for getting spinning out of control. People aren't trolling. Not everybody follows Ashes of Creation on a daily basis. I guess I'm about to lose several hundred followers because they're all going to be banned because they can't read. Yep. Yeah. I don't know. Deep breaths. I know, right? Deep breaths and more tea. So I'm just gonna have to turn off the chat. No, I don't have to turn off the chat. I have the 3 little moderator buttons. One of them is ban, one of them is timeout, and one of them is delete. I'll start missing. It's okay. It's okay. But so thought I saw someone pay for points. Oh, yeah, I did. You know what? You did. We are gonna have that now that I'm done with the segment. Now that I'm done with the segment, we have 2 minutes. Somebody paid for it. We have 2 minutes of emote only time. You can only emote. All of your opinions must be expressed in emotes only. So obviously somebody put that up while I was in the middle of a session of a segment. I wanted people to my secret artist just sent me something that I really hope they finish because that's awesome. That's awesome. With that said, okay, with that said, I just want people to remember the reason why sometimes I have to become a jerk is because, right? Is because engage brain before taking action. And it would be one thing if one person said it or another person said it or another person said it, but when it just keeps happening, then I have to be like, what in the blue hell? And I hold, just so we're all clear, I hold fellow content creators. I hold fellow content creators to a higher standard because I would be willing to bet that how much do people want to wager? How much do people want to wager that my fellow content creators haven't done this? Okay. So I have a binder with pretty much everything spelled out. And here's what I'd like to show you, some fucking next level craziness. This is the section of my binder that is all of my articles of incorporation for the state of Illinois. So I don't know, last time I checked, it's something like 28 some odd pages. Do you know that ironically, to form a corporation in the state of Illinois takes about 28 pages of paperwork? And that's my Twitch contract. And that's 17 pages. And that's just my contract. My Twitch contract is 17 pages. My Twitch contract is 17 pages. To start a corporation is 28. I want that to resonate for a second. I want that to resonate for a second. So you can actually start a corporation for about as many pages as your Twitch contract. Yeah, I love my hat. I think I'm gonna have to look at the interval for the hats. Also, my God, 78 degrees in here. 78. Emotes are over, you animals. No, they can emote all day. Everybody can emote all day. So, what else we got? So yeah, we talked about, oh my God. I'm trying to figure out if some of you are just deliberately trolling and you're hoping that, I don't, roll all this up. Do I have a fancy cane? Yes. This is the fancy cane that currently goes with the hat. I'm actually going to be getting a steampunk walking stick to go along with everything I have. Is the hat because of the 10K spent? I think the hat was $7,500. To be honest, I had to look it up. NDA from Dutch and was not familiar with the abbreviation. Dictatorship stream. No right for own opinion. There's no place for ignorance. No, it's not a dictatorship stream. And I don't know where you would get that. An NDA is a legal document. Go to Discord. No, I don't need to. NDA means non-disclosure agreement. It is a legal contract. It is a legal contract that you sign with an organization. So it's not a dictatorship stream. Every message that I've deleted has actually been for the benefit of the Twitch user. So does verbal NDA allow... Does verbal NDA allow typing was the question that I banned. Because I don't know. Are you know, words? Come on, man. Come on. Has anyone ever asked you when the game is coming out? Usually about six times a show. And usually I tell them that we don't know. The only thing we know is that the non-NDA testing starts on July 9th. So, Twitch really could use with an IQ test at login. No. That is also true. Just so you guys know, I really hope some people understand that I basically get looked at by Intrepid. So, I mean, that is one thing. This game is similar to Star Citizen one way. It's never coming out. Really? That's kind of funny. That's kind of funny because they, you know, Steven's thing said NDA testing started on May 14th. It's also kind of funny. I love when people try to compare Ashes of Creation to Star Citizen. And the reason why I say that is because Star Citizen's Kickstarter was closed on 2012. So apparently the fact that people have been waiting for since people have been waiting for Star Citizens for 5 years before Ashes of Creation ever did their Kickstarter, apparently Ashes of Creation doesn't get those 5 years of consideration. Apparently, since everybody is upset about Star Citizen, Ashes of Creation has to wear that as well. I don't think that's fair. Video games, just so people know, MMORPGs usually take 6 to 8 years to do. They usually take 6 to 8 years to do. Now, where Intrepid Studios went really wrong was Steven listened to the people. Steven listened to the people who he had initially hired. I want you guys to remember, not everybody Steven started this journey with is still with him. Not everybody that Steven started this journey with is still with him. Steven has let people go. Steven has, I want to say that in a not politically correct way. Steven has fired people. There are people who are no longer at Intrepid Studios. Some people left to go to other jobs. Some people left before they got fired because getting fired looks bad. Getting fired looks bad. Because remember, in America, I don't know how it is in Europe, but in America, let me take another step back. I want to make sure I'm specific because I haven't done hiring in 48 of the 50 states. In the state of Illinois and the state of Ohio, the only thing I can say is your start date, your end date, your starting pay, your ending pay, and I can answer the question whether or not you would be allowed back at my organization. Now, with that said, if you get fired The last thing you want to have to do is dodge a place that you've spent a year. Dodge a place that you've spent a year or two working at. I know people that have tried to do that, and then it gets found out that you worked somewhere. So people don't want to get fired. People want to leave on their own terms. But even when you leave on your own terms, you still need the reference at the job you left. So I think some of the people that Steven let go gave him really bad advice. Remember, and every programmer who's been in my channel has agreed with this statement. Programmers really fall into one of two categories. They're the guy that says I can do it in 5 days, but it really turns out to take 15. And the guy that always says it's going to take 15 days, but he's capable of doing it in 5. So no programmer has really disputed that with me, because they're all like, yeah, I fit into one. Yeah, I'm the first guy. See, even programmers will say, yep, that's pretty much our culture. We either have the guys that say I can do it in 5 and takes them 3 weeks, or the guy that says it's going to take 3 weeks, and give him the boilerplate answer. Get guy number 2. Yep. So, and I have no problem with that. But if there's people who were advising a brand new CEO, a brand new creative director, and they were saying you can do Ashes of Creation and we can make Ashes of Creation in 2.5 years. Steven's explained that. Steven has explained that multiple times. Steven didn't bring on producers because he heard horror stories about producers and how they sort of limit the creativity. And of course, remember, Steven needed to learn. Steven needed the baptism by fire remember, the guy hasn't really taken a vacation now in 5 years. The guy works 16 to 18 hours a day, 360 days out of the year. And shit, there's times, like, let me tell you this. I don't sleep very much, but there are times that Steven will have sent me a message outside of my waking hours, and the dude is still working. I'm sleeping better now. But for the last couple of years, I'd only sleep 3 to 4 hours a day. There were times that Steven would be sending me a message, and it'd be like, shit, when did this dude go to bed? It'd be like 1 o'clock his time. He sent me a message, and I'm busy sending him a response at what would be 5 or 6 his time. I send the message, and he's up, and I'm like, what? Are you still up? He's like, no, I've slept. How long? 3 hours. Steven had a lot to learn. I'll tell you right now, the Steven of 2021 gets in the DeLorean and goes back in time. The Steven of 2021 doesn't say Ashes of Creation launches before 2020. He just doesn't do that. He just doesn't do that. Because the Steven of 2021 has 5 years of experience. The Steven of 2017, 2016, making these decisions didn't have the baseline. Yeah, before 2020. Steven's explained that. Steven has said that they made a mistake. Steven's also committed. He's also committed to fixing that mistake by bringing on 50% more developers. They were only going to have 100 developers in-house, 100 contractors. They've decided to bring on 150 developers. Yeah. Is the game going to take a while to do? Sure. Let's say that let's be unfair. Let's be unfair to Intrepid and say that because they started their company and they had an employee and they had a building and they had people coming in 2016, let's say that 2016 is their start. If they release in 2024, they still released in 8 years. They still released in the the max min range of an MMORPG. I don't think it'll take to 2024, but even if it did take to 2024 and we started them a year early unfairly, they still hit 8 years. Star Citizen, on the other hand, they've already had their 8 years. So when people start comparing Star Citizen and Ashes of Creation, You're talking about 3 years. You're also talking about the fact that Star Citizen, Robert Space Industries, has brought in. I'm gonna say that Intrepid has brought in $20 million. $20 million. What is Star Citizen up to today? Star Citizen crowdfunding. Star Citizen crowdfunding as of today has brought in $358 million. So if we do 358 divided by 20, that is 18 times the money. So we're talking about a game that has taken 3 years longer. They brought in 18 times the money. They have 5 times the number of developers. I understand completely. I understand completely why people are pissed off that Star Citizen is late. But remember, you're pissed off that Star Citizen is late. Don't project that onto Intrepid. Don't project that onto New World. Don't project that onto Camelot Unchained. Don't project that onto Pantheon or Mortal Online 2 or Riot's MMO. Now, when you start talking about things, I don't like what New World did with their cash shop. World of Warcraft was created in 2 years as the greatest MMORPG that was ever created. No, it wasn't. Guys, please read the title of the stream. Please read the title of the stream. Please read the title of the stream. And then go back to where you know you got your information from. Read the title of the stream. Go back to where you got your information from. Look at your watch. Rattle your head around. Let all the facts come to the surface. And then you'll figure out. Obviously, hold on. Just so this joke is even funnier. Just so this particular joke is even funnier. I am Mr. Conductor, and I know what I'm talking about. So, with that said, WoW was developed in 5 years when they had already had a team, a studio, and a budget. WoW took 7 years. See, here's the thing. Let's do a Google search. How long did World of Warcraft take to make? World of Warcraft was first announced by Blizzard in September of 2001, released in 2004. Development of the game took 4 to 5 years, including extensive testing. So, at a minimum, WoW took 4 years. However, if they talked about it at a trade show in September of 2001, bad month, bad year, they probably already had a bunch of stuff in progress. Yeah, WoW already had the basics of their in-house engine that was tailored for their specific dev pipeline, yes. Now, if you're saying 7 or 8 and you're saying 4 or 5, you're not wrong. You're just talking about the wrong thing. And here's what I want to make sure. Here's what I want to point out. If you have your own engine for your game, you have to go all the way back to the day you started working on the engine. What's your development start date? The day you started working on your engine. Because you obviously had 2 groups of people. You had engineering people building the engine, and then you had developers who said, I need the engine to do this. Those people that are saying, I need the engine to do this, are the people who were sitting there with the notebooks, who were doing idea brainstorming. I do acknowledge that it is unfair. I do acknowledge it's unfair, but if you've spent 6 months writing ideas down in a notebook every morning when you went to coffee, your development started 6 months ago because you've been putting ideas in a notebook for coffee. WoW only took 4 years because it was the first time. No, guys, please don't fall for the low-hanging fruit. Modern development tools for games like Unreal Engine are advancing more and more quicker turnaround on games, especially Unreal Engine 5, but that's a whole nother can of worms. That is absolutely true. DKP guilds, that is absolutely true. There is a reason why there is a market, not just for game engines, But for all those tools, I want you guys to think about this for a second. Think about how much money Intrepid is going to make once they finish their game, and then they can sell their development tools. And I hope that Intrepid doesn't make the same mistake that Crowfall has made. You guys remember that Crowfall sold their game builder before they actually released their game? So, building tools for an engine is a very, very, very valuable, asset. Pretty sure they can sell their tools on the community marketplace for Unreal Engine 4. Oh yeah, absolutely they can. And that's guys, that's the beauty of Unreal Engine. The beauty of Unreal Engine is that you can build tools for it out of your house. There is a guy I know, he's an Unreal Engine artist. He wants to go work for a studio, but he makes assets and he sells them on the store. I think Unity has similar things. I just don't know. I'm not as familiar with Unity as I am with Unreal Engine, only because Ashes of Creation is the main game I follow and they use Unreal Engine. So I stay up to date on what's going on with Unreal Engine. By the way, Unreal Engine 4.27 having integrated doodle access. Oh, that's going to be nice. Okay. With that said, just because of the number of trolls today, I'm going to do two things. I am, number one, going to take a quick break right now. But while I'm gone, since I don't want to have to deal with coming back, I've turned emote chat on. I will be right back. Alrighty. So, emote chat only. With that said, I'll turn emote chat off since I'm here to monitor. Is it just me that thinks Unreal Engine has an in-game recording tool like Halo 3 had theater mode? I'm sure Steven has said there are these features. Yes. Unreal Engine 4 has that mode. I do not know off the top of my head how to get into it, but I don't play around in Unreal Engine 4 very often because I don't have time. Because you people want things like paradox points. Yeah, cinema mode. Thank you. Out of the box, they have cinema mode. You guys wanted crazy things like paradox points back, so that's what I did today. And then I worked on some other stuff. I also got a new book in. I got my book in, so I got reading material. I know somebody said they're sending me a book. Goggles on again. Hold on, I need to, before I put those on. I'll put those on right now. Let's see. Final points. Oh, there we go. Don't I have these? Oh, good. I do. I have that specifically set. Someone say paradox points. Yes, paradox points. Paradox points are back today. What day are we doing Stream Raiders PvP? The next day that it is up is on Friday. So Friday is going to be interesting because Friday I go from my show. I go from my show and I go straight to the Golden Feather. And so I'm going to end up being on the Golden Feather and Steampunk gear. Apprentice Jahlon, I can do that. I have no problem wearing a hat. So I cannot say if it is good or not because there is an NDA. I will be doing more points. If you have ideas for Paradox points, send them to me on Discord. Discord. If you send them to me on Discord, so the Steampunk of the House of Mouse, yeah. I am a huge Disney fan. My wife is a bigger Disney fan, and the good funny part is that the Tower of Terror is getting a revamp for Disney's 50th anniversary. We're going to Disney World next year. Actually, I'm looking into joining the Disney Vacation Club because I really like going to Disney. With that said, what do we have? About a minute. I can only put chat and emote once a day. Yeah, you can only put chat and emote only once a day. Some of the things I need to work out. I will say that I got going. I will say that I got going just before. Oh, emote only. Yeah, there you go. You guys are in a mode only for 2 minutes. The nice part is that you guys are going to use up all your points, and then I'm going to do another gift card box, and then you guys are going to be like, but I don't have any points. We can't open the box. I'll be like, yeah, that's how it works. That's how it works. Tower of Terror is my favorite ride. The whole experience is so good. That's why you wouldn't want to go to Disney right now, because you wouldn't want to go to Disney right now because you don't get the experience in the Tower of Terror. You don't get any of the holding rooms. They literally push you right through. They push you right through. Oh, that's right. Zetrix can talk because Zetrix is a VIP. Zetrix gets to talk through the emote only. With that said, 62 people PvP on Friday. Friday is going to be an intense day. I'm going to be Stream Raiders PvPing, and then on the Golden Feather. It's going to be a good time. So, this said, okay. Where am I? God, man, I gotta get different goggles. This green isn't any good. So, I can't see. I can't even shot call the I can't even shot call. I think we're winning. 58-64. I think we're winning. We might lose. I can't see. I am okay. I am gonna make a quick change here. You guys are gonna notice something about to happen. All right, guys, you'll notice that the title of the show has changed. Because by my count, it is 2:30 Pacific. And since it is 2:30 Pacific, that means that the NDA has dropped. Because I have this little message that tells me at 2:30 Pacific today, it drops. So, so yay. Let's do it. I will do that next time. I need to just be able to see. Yeah, we'll go right there. Goggles on. Thank goodness. Now, how did I like the alphas? I loved the alpha. I loved the alpha this weekend. It was very nice. It was very, very, very nice to be able to get into the game with my guild. Get into the game with my guild, start learning some stuff, so start doing some stuff. Point request to not talk about what has been under NDA for no. Were you guys on Shoal? Yes, we were on Shoal. We were on Shoal. My guild was there. I want to let you guys know that I can't show you anything. The visual NDA, did I make sure to say that? Verbal NDA is down. Yes, the verbal NDA is down. The visual NDA is good to go. So, let me just tell you, were there, yes, I was on Shoal. I was on Shoal with Paradox. Were there bugs? Yes, there were bugs. Of course there were bugs. Okay, of course there were bugs. Of course there were bugs. If there were no bugs, yes, I know. Hello from Black Sales. Black Sales, man. Let me tell you that you need to make sure that your Black Sales guys, aren't camping. I saw some Black Sales guys running around camping. It's okay to, like, when the guy says, no, I wouldn't put a smiley face, man. I'll tell you right now. I've seen people lose their account for that shit. I've seen people lose their account because reminder, if the developer sends out a message specifically saying, knock this shit off, and you don't, then you're being disruptive to the testing. They can ban you from the testing. They can ban your account. I want people to realize that. A lot of people do this in alpha testing, and I don't understand why. The PvP system isn't even fully implemented. So people are like, I'm doing this. I'm like, okay. I missed the Grand Caravan ride. I'm very sorry. My wife wasn't feeling well, and she wasn't able to test this much this weekend, and so she's having a hard time sitting up. So on Sunday night, I decided to, go be a good husband. She just wanted company, and rightfully so. She's got a kidney stone, so she's in bed a lot. There were people complaining in the forums that they were banned while testing the corruption system as an excuse to go around PvPing. Good, fuck them. You don't need to break the you don't need to break what the developer says to do. You wanna go test the corruption system, go do that with your own people in your own guild off to the side. I don't think we were doing that. No, there were I saw some Black Sales that were standing conveniently near a respawn point and they were red. There's absolutely no point for that. You killed the person, congratulations. Especially when the developer outright says, consensual PvP is okay. Consensual PvP is okay. Running around and killing people that don't want to fight you, that's not consensual PvP. So when you get your name logged and reported and then you get banned, everything verbal is okay to talk about. I will talk about everything verbal. I just can't I can't show you anything. Ban Black Sales? No, why would I do that? It is clear the game is still skin and bones and they want to test server stability. Yes, absolutely. Intrepid's biggest problem was that they had to rework their backend. What's my thought on the rubber banding? Exactly why they were testing server stability. They were testing server stability. They're testing their custom Unreal Engine solution. The siege mechanics didn't work, but the siege mechanics weren't intended to work for this weekend test. Accidentally flagging them being killed because of AoEs was very frustrating. Yes, and make sure that you put that feedback in. Make sure you put in the feedback that says, I was getting accidentally flagged. It's not skin and bones. No, it's skin and bones. It's skin and bones. Compared to what it's supposed to be, it's skin and bones. But there's nothing wrong with that because it's crawl, walk, run. I don't want them to be at 95% combat solution and 5% server backend solution, because then those two things weren't developed very well. And if those two things aren't developed very well, then that means they're not developed in tandem, which means one of them might have to change more than the other. I will say that no, we didn't get to test the subclasses, but then if anybody's asking me if we're supposed to be able to test subclasses, they weren't aware of what the intention of this testing was. The point of this testing was to test tank, cleric, and mage. The point of this testing was there was some rubber banding issues. Now, here's the problem with the rubber banding issues. When you have 28 people from your studio, you have 28 people from your studio logged in from different connections and they're doing their thing and everything looks great. That's great. But now the problem was some in quotes is fine because number one, if they're running a parser, okay, then that parser itself can cause issues. But what was the issue? Was the issue the parser? Was the issue too many people in one area? Was the issue that they didn't have the starter area divided up into enough subgrids? Yeah, the server profiling causing issues. I mean, all those things. So there are definitely issues. Yeah, there were only the 3 archetypes. And the truth is, people that are concerned about there only being 3 archetypes, that's not a big concern because you do get some ranged data from mage. Having mage up, you're allowed, you will get some data on ranged abilities from mage. You'll get some data from cleric ranged abilities. You'll get some data from tank ranged abilities. Now, would it be nice to have would it be nice to have ranger in so that you know that the combat team is yeah, it is important to note that the Alpha 1 experience is not meant to be a content test, but rather standing up the core systems in the bare bones state and vetting our technical architecture while providing an opportunity for us to optimize and squash bugs. I want to keep stressing this point. Alpha 1 testing is you literally being a crash test dummy. It's you being a crash test dummy. It's not a matter of you testing content. It's not a matter of you doing balancing. It's not a matter of you doing, does this feel good? Now, of course, if you had issues like, oh, I'm blinking into rocks, right? I'm blinking into rocks. That's bad. For example, the water thing, the water issue where you could get locked into a swimming animation over land. That's probably high on their list to get fixed. But imagine if they had 8 million lines of code instead of 2 million lines of code. And now you're looking for what's causing that swimming bug. That's why it's agile. If you guys aren't familiar with agile, you test a little bit, you build a little bit, you test a little bit, you check, and then you either do another circle or you move on. Every programmer here will also, programmers agree with very few things. But if you write some code and you check it and it works right the first time, most of you don't trust that code. Most of you don't trust that code. Rubber banding in water caused it often enough swimming in the air. Yeah. The truth is, so many people streaming Ashes now. Of course there are. There's going to be people streaming Ashes because Ashes of Creation is the new big thing to jump on, and that's fine. Let them jump on it. Let them jump on it. Have you seen Styx's video? Can I hear your thoughts about his statements about Steven's hypocrisy? No, I don't watch shit tier content. And the reason why I don't watch shit tier content is because if you watch shit tier content, you're supporting shit tier content. I don't watch people that have a hate boner for Intrepid Studios. If they want to have a hate boner, have a hate boner. I don't need to reach into your pants and help you elongate it by 2 millimeters and double the width or girth or length, whatever doubling that would be. If you have a hate boner for Intrepid Studios, that's fine. I'm not going to watch it. I'm not going to watch it. I mean, the MMO Bite guy has a valid reason to dislike Steven, but no need to shit on his project. What's MMO Bite's valid reason to dislike Steven? I'm just interested. I'd love to hear a valid reason to dislike the guy. And anyway, we got to train. So, I did think the banding decreased substantially between the test days. Steven and his team did a great job. Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And I'm not going to see, you notice, I didn't say don't follow somebody. I say I don't follow him. Steven literally tried to buy him for his guild and he didn't like that. I can see why that could be seen as disrespectful. Why? Here's the thing. Why are people judging Steven's project based on how Steven does? And that wasn't, well, it might have been MMO Bite. You might be talking about Neck Rage. You might be thinking about Neck Rage, but here's the thing. You're going to judge a guy based on how he did how we did things when he was a player. Shit, man. The only thing I have against Steven when it comes to him buying ArcAge players, right? The only thing I have to say about Steven and him buying ArcAge players before he ever started Intrepid Studios is why the hell didn't he contract me? I was the Ashes 101 guy. Might not have been top tier PvP player, but I would have been his coach. He could have the NA World First, yeah, the NA World First guy. But Steven could have hired me. I would have been the personal trainer for his company. And yeah, here's the thing. You don't have to like it. You don't have to like, Jahlon just said I'm kind of trash for watching trash content. No, I never said that. I said if you're watching trash tier content, you're supporting trash tier content. MMO Bite didn't like the high cost of the Alpha 1 pack. Don't have to like it. Don't have to like it. People say to me, well, you shit on John Schmedley all the time. You're right, I do. Because John Schmedley was a certain way at Sony Online Entertainment. He's the same way over at Amazon Game Studios. Because believe it or not, when people leave a company, they are allowed to talk about certain things. Because you can't NDA certain things about a job. You can't NDA is the title of Joker real? It's real. You can't NDA work conditions. So when people who worked with John Schmedley at Sony Online Entertainment say he was one way, and people leaving Amazon Game Studios say he's the same way. We saw what he did to Star Wars Galaxies, and now we see 100 days from launch. New World ends up having boosters. I don't think it's hard to look at. I don't think it's hard to look at a person's career and what projects they're on and what's happened to those projects. With that said, this is Steven's first project as a creative director. So if somebody wants to say Steven's behavior as a gamer, Steven was a huge whale. And what? I was a huge whale. And what? Is whaling a sin now? Do I like whaling? No. Do I think that whaling in a whale-based game is important? Yes. Do you have intel on how many people participated in the test? The NDA Discord had about 2.5k max online when I looked into it. Thanks. I like the hat too. It's the conductor's hat. I don't know how many people participated in the test. I will tell you that there are an awful lot of people who don't have who don't have Discord access that still do their testing. In a way, Intrepid can't really afford to make it cheaper. Hear me out on this. You make it $100 and you get 5 to 10 times the players. Then you need 5 to 10 times the servers to support those testers. Obviously, you don't have to provide space, but out of professionalism, you need to control tester population. You're not wrong. You also have to remember that you have to remember at $500, you're going to get a select group of people. If you make that $100, you're going to have a lot of people that zip in, zip out, don't really get feedback. Imagine, right? We had problems so bad with people going corrupt and ganking people that the creative director had to make an announcement that said, if you get reported, we're going to ban you. It continued on past that, where then the community marketing lead had to send out a message that said, we're going to be parsing the data. And if we see you having killed people, even if they didn't complain about you, we may still ban you. Did I have any chance to see the level 3 node stuff? Yes. How long did it take to level the node? That's irrelevant because it's all modified for this testing cycle. So I want people to remember this. Keep drilling this into people's heads. Keep drilling this into people's heads. Nothing you saw content-wise is final product. But why would they do that? Is it not part of the game to kill other people? It is, but not at this stage of testing. Not at this stage of testing. If they don't have all of the things in there to penalize you for testing, and they're not worried about combat balancing, then they don't care. Then they don't want that data. There are times, right? There are times of something called too much data. They were not testing people killing. They were not testing killing people. Exactly. This weekend's test was about leveling progression, was the node system working, nailing down some server performance issues. I mean, they needed you to do quests. They needed to make sure the quests were functioning. Yeah, you did 30 versus 30 consensual and the game ran smoothly. Sure, absolutely. Yeah, Steven just posted in the Discord that the combat will look close to nothing of what it looks like now. Yes, absolutely. The alpha testing isn't just fucking around. They are looking for particular data points and corrupted and killing people with disrupted. Absolutely. How long did it take to level? I mean, I'm not saying that they're ignoring that baseline data. Yeah, and they agreed mutually upon PvP, and people did plenty of that. There were plenty of groups that went out and did consensual PvP. Just remember, no means no. If the person doesn't want to fight, and the big one, the reason why they didn't want you doing that was because if you hit me and then I accidentally hit you, if I accidentally hit you, then I got flagged, and that's not how it will work in the build where they want to get that data. Where they want to get that data, they will have those things functional. Before they changed the node experience, it took so long to level a node. It didn't take so long to level a node, koalas. It took so long because it was set for the 30-day test interval, not the 3-day test interval. So, carbohydrate, did you make it? I don't know. I think carbohydrate just pushed us. Did you make it? Hype. And I think you gave us another 5 minutes. Look at you go. We kept accidentally killing each other. Yeah, the problem is that you have to, there is no NDA, Holsky. There's no NDA. Oh, look at that. He pushed us to 15% of the next one. Let's see. Keep in mind that also certain level mobs didn't contribute to node leveling. Yes, that was also known issue. The first day was really bad rubber banding. They said it was due to overlogging. Yes, absolutely. They did say tanks were overtuned. Node leveling was sped up node leveling was sped up for Saturday. There was a wipe between Friday and Saturday. Visual NDA is still in effect. The verbal NDA is released. Correct. Tanks have been broken since the December test, at least. Yeah. I presume not all NDA is down verbally, just general. No, anything verbal is fine. We can talk about whatever we want. We just can't show footage. You're not actually supposed to have any footage. I do want to remind people that somebody was running around. Yeah, no, you should not have any private footage. I want to remind people of this. Some Muppet was running around last week telling people that they could save their footage and release it in 5 years. That's not what the NDA says. So if you want to know more, I will tell you right now that there is no clause in the NDA that allows you to release anything in 5 years. You go ahead and do that if you want. People posted videos to Discord. Yep. And you know, there's people that got banned for that. If you posted videos to the NDA Discord, that's fine because the NDA is covered. The NDA is covered. It says so in my NDA. No, it doesn't. That's not what it says. And I know that's not what it says because my attorney's already reviewed it. I don't sign NDAs without my attorney looking at them because I do this for a living. I mean, I don't do it for a living, but my company does it for a living. So my company is a living entity. So no, that's not what it says. If you're talking about the point where it talks about your agents, my lawyer can look at my NDA because my lawyer is my agent. That doesn't mean I can release a video on YouTube. The 16,000 people on my YouTube are not my agents. So yeah, the only videos allowed even in the NDA Discord is for bug report reasons. Absolutely. So I just want people to recognize this. If you're a content creator, you have a friend who's a content creator, if you're recording stuff from the alphas to show later, okay, you're going to be hit with a DMCA strike if Intrepid decides to fuck your channel. Remember, DMCA strikes are not a 3 strikes and you're out thing. You can lose your channel after only one strike. I just want people to realize that. Some people got it in their head, oh, as long as I only get one strike. No, that's not how that works. Let's see. Yeah, they don't care about if anything's balanced right now because why would they work on balance until they get some data? Otherwise, it's just like, let's just swing the pendulum. Which way is it going to go? Now they have data. I'm sure they know the tank is overbalanced or overtuned. I'm 100% sure they know tank is overtuned. And I'm 100% sure they're going to tweak it. Just like I'm 100% sure that they know Cleric is a just like they know Cleric has got to have some changes made to it for a better leveling experience. So yeah, tank being overtuned is listed as a known issue specifically. Yeah, absolutely. So they know that. Cleric is insanely OP. Yes, it is. How does node progression affect the landscape feel, or was it that in? Yes, the node progression was absolutely in. Was absolutely in. You definitely saw a difference in mob density. You definitely saw the mob levels change almost immediately. If you were in an area and then the node leveled up, you started finding mobs that were significantly stronger than you. Still got one shot by the rock monster as a tank. Yeah. The rock monster needs to get fixed. The sharpened spear was king no matter the class. I actually preferred the staff. But you know, it is what it is. If you were fighting a mob, did that mob level automatically? No, I can't say I can't say that a mob I was fighting jumped in level as I was fighting it. Did I play solo or in a group? I played both. Being in a group massively hindered XP grinding because those numbers aren't tweaked yet. We know how it's supposed to work. It's just not working that way right now. So, and then a lot of people were like, I'm not going to grind in a group because I'm getting less XP. Also, remember, the looting rules weren't exactly working properly either. Do you think servers in Ashes... Oh, somebody asked about the latency. If you hit control, whatever the hell it was, I don't remember what the keystroke was. If you were looking at your frames per second or your latency, that was not your frames per second. Alt F was not your frames per second. Alt F was your frame rendering speed. That has one of the moderators brought that information to us because we were checking and questioning. Page up displayed some other data. Page up, but it was Control F. Yeah, that wasn't your ping. That was your frame. That was your frame rendering speed. Fupo could go into more details. He's the one that he liaisoned with us for that information. What's my opinion on Q attacks? I didn't play in that mode, believe it or not. Even as a tab player, I went into action mode so that I could use my mouse instead of Q. You wait 8 years to play an MMO with hundreds of thousands of people. Why concern yourself about the solo play? Because you're not going to be in a group all the time. Nor is Ashes of Creation designed for you to be in a group all the time. There is a solo experience, as there should be. Because if you build the game so that you always need a group to do anything, you end up with Final Fantasy XI. And Final Fantasy XI... ran into the problems of at a certain point you could no longer do anything by yourself. So in testing, do they have an in-game report option? Yes, it's already there and it works. I watched your stream last time, 6 hours talking nonstop. This is awesome, but I would like to see you actually playing the game. Yeah, so would I. I'd love to be playing the game as well. What's your opinion on looting? I think it felt bad to hold down E all the time. I think they need to completely scrap that. They need to absolutely completely scrap that. In fact, let's start making some notes. E for looting. They need to completely scrap that, and it needs to just be the loot goes into the side bag like Final Fantasy XI had. I think having to hold E or double tap E was broken. I also think the fact that they could alleviate a lot of their bugs if they just didn't make the mobs, if the mobs automatically put their loot into a collection window, because remember, loot will always go to a predetermined group. So I'm actually a little confused as to why they're making you loot, because it's going to be whoever has looting rights. There's going to be looting rights to a mob. How was the switch between action and tab? Intuitive? Yeah, it was Z. Now I will say, so this may piss some people off, but I think they need to get rid of Q. I think they need to get rid of Q for your auto attack, and they need to just make it your left mouse button. And then they need to get rid of they need to get rid of the two cameras. They need to get rid of the two cameras, because if you're in action mode, there's certain things you can't do. We don't use that word unless we're using it in accordance with nothing now, because that word doesn't exist even medically. That word's just derogatory. We don't need to use it. So, two cameras. Yeah, there's an action camera and a tab camera. So attack should just be another ability you can bind. Well, it will be. Q is just one of the buttons you can use. But yeah, I mean, what you're saying, it will be. Why is action mode not available when riding? Because the answer to that is the game's not built yet. Remember, guys, I'm not trying to be a smartass with some of the answers, but if you ask me a question like, well, why isn't that available? Because it's the same reason of why they haven't put the windows in your house before they put the roof on. It's why they haven't put the bricks on your house, you know, before they have the frame up. Getting stuck on a horse was fun. Yeah, that was a weird bug. My crafting experience, oh man. I'm glad Steven warned us early on that only 10% of the crafting was in, because that was frustrating. That was frustrating. The crafting, the crafting system, I like where they're going with it. I like where they're going with the crafting system. So I know only 10% of the craft. I know only 10% of the I know only 10% of the system was in, and I know very little of that was representational of final form. But I liked what I saw. So to give you guys an example, you had to you had to get stone essences and lumber. You had to take, it's 10% of the artisans, less than 10%. You had to take the lumber and make charcoal. And no, it's not like Fractured where you're there and stacking wood. It's not like that. You had to take the logs and make charcoal. Then you had to take logs and make the wand handle. So you had a schematic for the wand handle and you had to make that. And then you had to take charcoal to make iron at the forge, and then go from the forge to the anvil and make the next piece, and then go back to the forge to make the next piece. So that was really good. The problem is there was an Unreal Engine bug that really didn't like the crafting system, so it would kick you out. And even if you had gotten through it, you weren't going to be able to equip the crafted weapons. So I will say this. It's very bit by bit crafting, yes. Yes, and I liked it. Castle sieges were not up this testing cycle. So, I chose to make the longsword. Every time I made it, it didn't give me credit for it. Then mats reappeared in my inventory. Yeah, so it's all broken. Which node did we level up? Hold on. I gotta look at something that I can't share with you guys. I'm sorry. We were working out of Nala. We found some really cool things to do in Nala, but Winstead got leveled, so we believe that Winstead leveled and it blocked Nala from leveling. I went all the way around to Illwind, Edgepoint, Trader's Rock, and Moon Hollow. I never made it to Elyon, which I think they need to change the name of that node now, just because. So I'm here since 3 minutes and it sounds the delay was needed. Oh yeah, I will outright say the visual delay needed to happen. The visual delay needed to happen. The nodes on the west were all level 0. No. Not on Shoal. Trader's Rock. Nala was 2. No, that's the east. Trader's Rock was leveled. Moon Hollow. Moon Hollow may have not had anything there. I didn't make it to Elyon. I didn't make it to Drythorn. I did make it to Mistmire. So on our server, they were there. I played Cleric, but I've played Mage and Tank before. Moon Hollow, yeah. Guys, keep in mind that there were 6 or 7 different servers. So when you say this server, this server, this server, I'm talking about Shoal. I'm talking about Shoal. I was sad I couldn't craft my Emberstone Talisman because the Shard Iron was bugged. Yeah. I'm not a fan of the crafting as it currently stands. I think it's got some things going for it, but the current system is not fulfilling. I think the quantity of items required is overtuned for the amount of gathering that we're capable of doing. The ratios once you started actually crafting. I think we're only except I told you, Faye, when we were testing, the respawn rate is, you're not going to have that many nodes. So the point is that the ability to gather that many materials is set in a part of the world where the respawn rate was there for people to try it. That's not going to be the final respawn rate. Remember, the respawn rate, I have 4 circles on the map that are the divine gates, but say I don't say fucking sprocket plants are in those 4 circles, and those are the only 4 places sprocket plants are available. If you gather out sprocket plants in your circle until somebody goes along and gathers sprocket plants in the other 3 areas, there is no respawn. There is no automatic respawn of resource nodes. If half of your server is abandoned and nobody's out there, then guess what? That's where all those nodes are going to be. So again, that's why Steven emphasized numerous times, 10%, less than 10% of the artisan system is what you saw. Less than 10%. Now, I will say what I saw was great. What I saw was great in that different levels of gathering tools for different level plants, and 2 plants might be right next to each other. Because you guys know how a lot of games are. Level 1 to 50. WoW. I'm going to use WoW for an example. In the starter zone for the undead, for the Forsaken, there's level 1 to like 50 plants. And then as you go to the next zone over, you get like 25 to 75 or 25 to 100 plants. So as you're in a level appropriate for you, your adventurer class, that's kind of tied into where the materials for your artisan class are. Well, in Ashes, it's not going to be that way, because every one of these zones of influence can have the full range of hold up. Any individual zone of influence can have the full range of content. It's all going to determine based on what level your node is. And we didn't see that with the gathering this time, but we definitely saw it a little bit with the mobs. As the nodes leveled up, the mobs leveled up. There were some areas that you never saw a red mob. There were other areas where, there were plenty of red mobs. What was my favorite monster fight? Okay, so Tamir's off getting dinner, so I am gonna say the Tidebreakers was a really good fight. The Tidebreakers would knock you down. So that was rough. The Tidebreaker knocking you down was pretty rough. The mushrooms was cool. The mushrooms were cool. I just hate the otters. No, I love the otters. I think they were just a good fight. What was the shadows, the Sunstalkers, the little pangolins? They were a good fight as well. Now remember, the mob behavior trees aren't settled in either. Reward structure is not a priority at all. Your 8-year-old PC was struggling? Yeah, it would be. Did you adventure in the fire dungeon? You'd have to tell me specifically which dungeon you're calling the fire dungeon, because there were 4 dungeons available. There were 6-ish world point of interest bosses. I don't want to call them world bosses. But there were 6-ish point of interest bosses. The Broodmother. Oh, the Broodmother, man. Run from her. Don't touch the booty on that one, because she didn't like it. Can any class reliably collect resources? Yes. There is no meta for the best gathering class tied into the best adventurer class. They want any adventuring class, and adventuring classes are these, to be able to do any artisan class, which are these. Did I enjoy my game time? Yeah, I enjoyed my game time. Now, part of it was, part of my game time was Friday. I got a late start on Friday because I went for my 5K run after my stream. Saturday, I was there most of the day on Saturday. And then Sunday, Tamir was having a rough day with her kidney stones. So once I got to dinner time, I ate dinner with my family and then hung out with my wife. My wife didn't really get a chance to test. She got in a little bit. So here's a question for you. What do you think about AOC's design choices for mobs to be PG friendly to achieve approval from certain age rating when it's been found that over 70% of gamers are above 18 plus, with the average gamer being the age of 34? At least mobs look a little gnarly. DKP guilds, you have to remember that data is skewed. You have to really get into your source data. Also remember that the ESRB, while in America is an advisory board and you can disregard it, in Europe, their equivalent of the ESRB is actually an enforcement board. So you got your data from Statista. Congratulations. There's a problem with any data that involves a population group under the age of 18. And the problem with gathering data from any group that under the age of 18 is that you need parental permission in order to properly survey and catalog those people. It's also a lot more difficult to get survey data from 13 to 18-year-olds than it is to get data from 18-year-olds and up. It's also why if you look at some survey data, you'll see a plus or minus 6% error. So you got to be careful when you grab data. Yes, there was functional housing. One of my guild members bought a house. So if they're going to deploy in China, they can't have floating skulls. Steven has no plans to deploy in China, to my knowledge. I believe when asked, Steven has said the Chinese players would have to play on the Southeast Asia server. Let me say why this is a really good plan. Because you can't self-publish as a Western company in China without a lot of money. You generally end up having to give your code to a company to get through the Chinese censors. So yeah, I'm very excited about this game. I just hope you guys take some really old classic MMO RPG mechanics like vocations, being able to create ammunition for other vocations, boosting interactions, or at least some PvP items. If you equip during a fight, it reduces 80% damage taken for like 8 hits. If you die when it's equipped, it's broken. You get punished out. Playability on PvP is essential, in my opinion. Item charges, yeah, well, they're not doing that. So, is the freehold system in place? I did not see the freehold system in place. I also didn't see the government system in place, so those modules might not have been there. Given that Steven is for as much creativity as possible, I don't know if he wants to have censor his game just to re-release in China. Yeah, Steven has pretty much said Chinese players would have to play in Southeast Asia. How big is the alpha world? Say you mount from one side to another. Man, I'll tell you right now. Hold on, let me grab the map that I can use. Just give me 1 second, because there's a map I can use because they pulled it off of a stream that Steven showed. I just don't have it off the top of my head. Here we go. So this is and I'm gonna say this one more time. This map was shown during a live stream and the wiki team pulled it down. Now, I would say if you were just booking it and you wanted to circle around all the playable area, 90 minutes. If you were just straight line as the crow flies booking it, I would say 90 minutes to cross the whole map. If you were going place to place to see mounted, if you were going place to place to see everything, it took me to get from and I know I can't put a marker out. I know I can't put a marker out. So if you go to the lighthouse on the North Continent in the southeast, so kind of where that brown wall is all the way to the east, work yourself back west. There's a little lighthouse. Wait, you know what I could do? I could stop being stupid and I could do this a different way. What? I was about to say, I'm like, how did I couldn't have closed that. What I can do is, yes, they just took the NDA down. The verbal NDA. I gotta come over here real quick. There we go. No, this is what we want. Wow, that doesn't really do what I. Wow, that's gonna be a little weird. Please tell me I'll be able to play on some streaming service like NVIDIA GeForce Now or any other. My PC is crap, but I got pretty good internet. If your PC is crap, GeForce Now wouldn't help you play an MMO. Anyway, if you were like right about here, and you went up around this way, right? This took me a good hour and a half just to do this piece. All right? It took me about an hour and a half just to do this piece of seeing everything. Let me explain this to people because the GeForce Now thing comes up often enough. Let me explain why GeForce Now isn't gonna help you, right? Here's why GeForce Now isn't gonna help you in an MMO. Okay. Here's me. Here's you. Here's the server, right? I connect to the server. The server sends me a message back. Okay. You have to do GeForce Now. So you have to send a message to GeForce Now, and it has to send a message to the server. And then the server has to send a message back to GeForce Now. And you have to go back to you. Your ping is going to be substantially better. If your PC is garbage and your ping outweighs your shit FPS it does, it doesn't matter how good your internet is if you're talking twice the connections. Okay? This is simple common sense. I just want people to realize this. This is common sense. I don't care how good your internet is. If you have to make twice the number of connections and twice the number of handoffs, your ping is going to go up. Okay? It's more about the 200 ping is better than 2 frames per second. Except, and here's why. Who's it better for? It's better for you, not better for me. If you have 200 ping and I have 20 ping, your 200 ping causes all sorts of shit on the server. That's why GeForce Now isn't good. The verbal NDA is down, and I was stupid for not reading the title. Hey, I appreciate when anybody looks at it and says, I get that. How were the open world dungeons like in relation to mob population and how groups were able to divide the space for their own hunting? Well, first of all, you have a really bad misconception. Why would you think that going into a dungeon was any better than grinding in the open world? To be honest, it wouldn't affect you. It's only affecting him. Bullshit, Zetrix. I've seen this in lots of games. The guy that's zipping around and rubber banding all over your screen, that's because his ping is like 200. Because he only communicates with the server one out of every 6 times you communicate with the server. So Arcage, great example of this. The guys that were zipping all over the server, all over during PvP, that's because their ping was 300 and mine was 30. The server and the client can only communicate every 300 milliseconds, but I'm commuting with the server every 30 milliseconds. The person is all over the place. because that's how it gets reported. If you're going to allow people, it does not affect your ping, but it does affect your experience. It affects mine as it affects every other player. GeForce is more a remote tool and it won't send delayed info. He will just receive the info later. Okay, you're wrong, and we're gonna move on. I'm gonna tell you you're wrong, and we're gonna move on because we're both getting data from the server. Okay, we're both getting data from the server. I need to know where you are updated faster than the server knows, because right here, I shut it, I closed it. The server doesn't know where you are because of the increased ping. That's the problem. The server can't tell me where you are because you haven't told the server where you are. That's why in ArcAge, quite literally, guys over here, now guys over here, now guys over here, now guys over here, because the servers, can we just talk about the game? We are talking about the game. The guy asked a question about GeForce Now. So I'm telling him why they have no plans to do that, and even if they did, why they wouldn't do that. If you disallow GeForce Now for ping-related reasons, why allow extra regional connections? Good question. And that leads me, good question. And that leads me directly into the next part of that. They need to make sure that their server updating isn't what ArcAge did. You can't be relying on the connection between a client and the server to tell the other people where they are. Is the AOC server receiving updates from the client through GeForce Now or from the client's PC? Well, through GeForce Now, because you'd be running the game on GeForce Now. Where do you suppose to respawn after you get killed on the actual release? Because I assume those respawn points in alpha shouldn't be in the game. Would be weird if you PvP someone and he comes back in 20 seconds. Again, like a lot of the things with PvP, depending on your state when you die, determines on where you respawn. So a normal player, a combatant, or a non-combatant who die will respawn at the closest respawn point. But a corrupted who dies will respawn at a random one somewhere in the zone of influence. Somebody asked me about, do you think the current levels of XP debt on death were fair? I don't have any opinion on the current levels of XP debt on character death. Why? Because it's alpha and that wasn't the purpose of the testing. Again, remember what the purpose of this testing was. They weren't balancing leveling. They weren't balancing XP gain except for the nodes. They're doing some balancing of the node leveling, but as far as the individual, how much you lose on death, this was their first time getting bulk data for that. Why so passive aggressive, dude? I don't even need you here. Goodbye. You don't need to get that data yet. He's asking about XP debt because so many people are crying so hard about it. Yeah, a lot of those people don't understand that. Remember, we've said, and just for the record, we've been talking about this for 10 months. We've been talking about this for 10 months. And guess what, guys? We've been talking about this for 10 months and people still got it wrong. People still didn't know what the purpose was. Did you experience much griefing? Saw someone else say the admins requested no ping due to corruption system not being implemented yet, but people still did it. I got griefed a couple of times. And the funny part was that the person kept attacking me, disrupting my experience, and I kept killing them. And I finally had enough of that shit. Number two, the developer, the creative director said, knock this shit off because it's disrupting our testing. Number three, people didn't understand that you can get banned for causing problems. So, and there were people who were banned. People got banned because they were being shitheads. And it's like people think that they can be clever. I want to just give you guys a little tiny taste behind the curtain. Right? I want to give you a little tiny taste behind the curtain. You run around being a dickhead for 30 minutes, killing people, then you log out, you delete the character. Guess what? Number one, they can see which account owned that character. Okay, they can see which account owned that character. Number two, you may have deleted your character. The data log, the parsing logs, which are always running during alpha testing, just so we're clear, they knew who did what. So the people that were whining, I got banned because I was a naughty child. Guess what? You got put in the fucking corner, and then you didn't want to stand in the corner, and you got spanked. That's how it happens. When the creative director and the community marketing lead both release statements that say, stop it, you're disrupting testing. Well, some people are like, I'm going to do a chargeback. Good, do a chargeback. And I hope Intrepid fights your chargeback and blocks you. Because all it takes is a person to answer the chargeback, and you ain't going to get your shit back. Honestly, when the CD says stop, or I'm going to ban you, do it and I'll fucking spank you. And you do it anyway, well... people were complaining about the XP loss. Good. They need to give pointed feedback. They need to give pointed feedback about what was bad about the XP loss. Yeah, Steven himself said the XP debt is jank at the moment. There were times that I would get XP loss way higher than other times. Did I play a class with ranged basic attacks and did it seem fair? No, bows were broken. After the second day, bows, we were told not to use them, throw them out, and because they were causing crashing. So, let's see. They did say they extended the refund period for 60 days and you could still play this weekend's test and get a refund if it wasn't for you. No, they didn't. They never said that at all. They said you could get a refund as long as no part of your alpha pack had been used. And if you tested this weekend, that was you using your alpha test. Unless there's a specific statement you can direct me to that I haven't seen, the clarification question was if you used alpha this weekend, you've used your alpha pack. You've used a component of your pack. How was character creation? It bare bones. The character creator is bare bones because it's not in yet. Again, it's another one of those things that, do they probably have, more things being worked on in the studio than they showed this weekend? Yes, absolutely. And why is that? Let's say they had half the character creator done or a more robust character creator. What would a lot of people have spent their time doing? Playing in the character creator. Which races are in classes are available again? Both humans, one elf, and one dwarf. I understand that XP could be both outside and inside the dungeon, but I was curious about their overall layout and mob population. Irrelevant because it's not the final version. Guys, I'm not trying to like not give you the answers to the questions you want. What I'm trying to give you is the answer is completely irrelevant because that's not the final form. And it wasn't even the purpose of the test. Then some people would say, well, why were there mobs in the test? Well, because you need mobs in the test. The mobs need to be there as a stopgap or as a fulfillment of other systems. There were some places that we found that you could nonstop kill mobs. You could nonstop kill mobs because as fast as you killed them, they respawned. There were other places that you could grind out of mobs. Why the differential in why the difference in mob spawn rate? Well, because one of them was for what they needed, one of them wasn't. What was the purpose of this weekend's test? That's a good question. I'll give you right here. With the release of the verbal NDA, I'd like to share this thread to the community so they have some insight to the testing that is going on in the Ashes Alpha 1 preview testing. It is important to note that the Alpha 1 experience is not meant to be a content test, but rather standing up core systems in their bare bones state and vetting our technical architecture while providing the opportunity for us to optimize and squash bugs. So, thank you. My feet are on the board. I will take that. What architecture did you get to experience in the nodes? Have a favorite. I didn't. Does anybody on Shoal remember what Winstead was? because I didn't really check out the architecture from a point of view of trying. Was it human? I didn't really check out. Winstead was 3, right? I know that. It was human on Shoal. I'll be honest. It was tier 3 human. Yeah, I rolled through, and I realized in my notes, I didn't actually note that down. It was just more a matter of, oh, we're doing this. Okay, we're doing this. Let's see. All the level 3 nodes have the same architecture. That makes sense then. That makes sense if they only wanted to introduce one library of assets. I did hear some people say that there was some wonkiness on there was some wonkiness with when the node leveled up. Everybody got moved out of the city. That could be a stepping stone for them making sure the node levels up, and then they'll make sure that you only get kicked out of the city if you had to. In your travels, did the biomes transition nicely, or were they fairly hard cutoffs? I will say this. I heard 0 complaints from anybody about the environment. I did hear some people saying that I did hear some people say that it didn't feel like the lighting was good. Again, lighting isn't in yet. I will say I loved the environment. I never once felt like, wow, this was a rough transition. In fact, I don't actually recall, which is a good thing. I don't recall my transitions, which is a really, really, really good sign. I don't, you know what I'm saying? I don't recall my transitions. I remember there, and God, I wish I could be in the game rolling around showing you guys some stuff. I think Steven should, like, you know, turn the server on for me so I could, you know, show off. But there was like one place, that was like snow up a mountain. And that looks pretty good. Which biomes we're in? A lot we're in. I'll show you guys the map and we can talk a little bit about it. Seamless transitions is very rare in games under early development. Yeah, there were zero loading screens. The occasional bugged loading screen. Guild membership is not account bound. Guild membership is character specific, but citizenship is account bound. Let's see. Were you given a set area to explore? Yeah, this whole area. We were given this whole area to explore. The loading screens were instant for me. Oh, you know what? I will say that there were loading screens. Let me back that up a second. There were loading screens. The loading screens were when you went to one of those little lighthouses on the coast. It's a teleporter that takes you across the that takes you across the water. There was a loading screen there, and it was almost instant. But of course, you're gonna have anybody that says a loading screen makes it not an open world game. It doesn't know what they're talking about. Did they post the map outside the NDA? This map you can use, Rochambeau, not the other one. You can't use that other one. I mean, I guess there's nothing. There's nothing they could do if I wanted to recreate the map, right? I could recreate the map because I could be like, yep, I know that place. But anybody that says loading screens means that the world isn't instanced is wrong. A loading screen, if I walk there manually and I never have a loading screen, that makes it an open world. If I'm going to move instantly from one part of the map to the other, of course I'm going to have a loading screen because I'm going to hopscotch over a lot of the map. I actually went around this, this map accurate enough? Yes. I actually went around most of this map. If it's to a teleporter, it should be instanced, but it's not instanced. It's just, well, okay, because the server is seamless, but it is different servers. They're seamless transitions. So yeah, I mean, when you go from one seamless box to another, There is fast travel. There's fast travel in Ashes, even in the live game. There's just not a lot of it. This is just Alpha Island, right? This is just Alpha Island. I was able to swim to one of the middle lighthouses to the other middle lighthouse in 5 to 10 minutes. Yes, and that's the point I'm making. You could traverse the world not using a teleporter, and it was all seamless. It's just when you jump from one server, one seamless server to another, then of course you're going to the loading screen is just there to hide the teleport part. Absolutely. There is underwater swimming. Swimming is kind of it's kind of jank right now, but that's okay. So the lighthouse is like flight paths from WoW. Yes. That's a very good way to say it. The lighthouses only took you to certain places. I need to just the lighthouse in the middle took you to the left or the middle. The lighthouse on the bottom only took you to Shoal. The lighthouse on the left took you only up to the top. The loading screen in that sense makes total sense. I don't know why anyone would say that is an open world because you have a loading screen when fast traveling. So, yes, Mr. Gus Bus, there are people who are going to try to pick apart and criticize everything. Most of them are wrong. Since the verbal NDA was lifted for future testing, will you be able to tell us about the spot testing until July? I'm pretty sure yes. Let me read that message. I would imagine yes, because once you allow people to start talking, it's really hard to like really, really difficult. Are you going to update Ashes 101 with class abilities like Ranger? I can't because we didn't have Ranger this test. We didn't have Ranger this test. I have a loading screen when headed to Home Depot today. My car windshield, yes. They plan to have naval PvP, underwater shipwrecks, and such to explore, so there will definitely be stuff to do underwater by launch. Yes. Classes. We didn't have any classes. We had the primary archetypes of tank, cleric, and mage. Despite fast travel, you can still manually walk from point to the other without loading screens. Yes, you can. Steven just commented on Discord about MMO Byte's lack of research. Good. Good. I want Steven to be Steven. I want Steven. Steven leads a community of 3 million people. Okay? I would love for Steven to do another, and if you haven't subscribed, go subscribe to Jahlon's channels because, you know, give me 1% of 3 million people as an influx to my channel. That would be, you know, give me 30,000 people to suddenly influx across my brand. I would love that. I didn't realize they were planning on naval PvP too. Let me tell you, if you guys are, I'm going to shamelessly shill here for a second. If you're new to Ashes of Creation or you haven't stayed caught up, I know the wiki can be a little daunting. I run a website called ashes101.com. It's a textbook and a lecture series. If you're looking for information about something, the best that I can, I have tried to make it a quick read with videos attached if you learn visually. So if you're looking for information, like I don't have a lot on the naval content because there's not a lot known. I'd probably support the development of Ashes of Creation just because of Steven. That man has a way of making me feel comfortable about the development cycle of the game. Oh, absolutely. I 100% agree with that. How were the boss fights? One of the bosses was bugged, and it was known that it was bugged, but that didn't stop Paradox from trying to, that didn't stop us. But the rock boss was literally one-shotting tanks. My guys got into some trouble with some things, which was good. I want to give a shout out to the Paradox Guild. Lots and lots and lots of testing, lots of stuff. I can argue about a lot of stuff, but not ethics and passion with Steven. Yes. Doesn't sound bugged. Sounds like you guys like guys got outplayed. No, it literally walked up and punched our tank. Like literally punched our tank in the face, and the tank was dead. That there's no mechanic for that. We did figure out how to bug that boss, and we did report that. We did report it. How's the volcano? Is it as badass as it looks? Yeah. Yeah. What's your overall opinion? Do you think the delay was necessary? Oh, let me say this. Without a doubt, they made the right call. They absolutely made the right call delaying the verbal or the visual NDA, because we haven't had as many testers actually show up as they did this weekend. There were a lot of people who showed up this weekend for the first time. You didn't encounter the one-shot bug on base mobs after the rock monster. We did. That was, you had to unequip your weapon and re-equip your weapon. Otherwise, you only had one hit point. You saw yourself with your full hit points, but you saw yourself with your full hit points, but you really only had one. It's a bug. It's on the list. But yeah, the visual NDA would have killed Intrepid. Would have killed Intrepid. Just on the rubber banding alone. But guess what? Somebody said it, and I'm really, 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 really trying to be a good steward of the MMORPG genre and not shitting on other games as much as I can avoid it. But somebody made the comment that ESO at launch was in the same state as Ashes's in pre-alpha with the rubber banding. And I do have to agree with that. I don't think it's nice. I don't think it's fair, but facts don't care about your feelings. So as long as we're being factual, we're not shitting on a game if we're being factual. And I do remember a lot of talk. Rubber banding. So real quick, so people understand what rubber banding is, because what? Oh, you. So rubber banding is where your character's here. Let me get a good size pen. Your character's here, and you spend 7 seconds running this way. And then the server cycle happens, and you actually get shot back 6 seconds. And so then you spend 7 seconds running to here, and then the server cycles, and you get shot back here. So you're spending 7 seconds to move 1 second in space. That's rubber banding. And now I want to say this. Okay, I want to say this. Intrepid was gathering a lot. Intrepid was gathering a lot of data, and they had a lot of parsers running, a lot of loggers running. Now remember, number one, oh, Z got me. My feet weren't on the thing. Remember, not only do they have to make sure that they build the game right, they also have to make sure that they build their loggers right. And that's what they're doing. They're building their loggers, they're building their tools. So they Intrepid said, "Hey, we need you to spread out, hit page up, move to a different number, and then let's see if we can make it playable. And just keep swimming, just keep swimming, just keep swimming." I was impressed on how fast they reacted and fixed that issue. Yeah, absolutely. The fact that they were able to figure out that it was their parser causing the issue, and then some other things. Were you allowed to record gameplay? No. And I want to say this as many times as I have to say this. If you guys have recorded gameplay in the hopes of releasing it down the road, you're going to get your channel a copyright strike, a DMCA strike. They are not going to retroactively release the visual NDA material. They didn't do it for A0. They didn't do it for APOC. I don't see them doing it for Alpha 1 because there's no reason to. There's no reason to show off the bruised spots and the bloody spots after you've already bandaged it up and you've healed. If you want to see a comparison, you can see on the screen right now a developer footage. Uh-oh, it's Chibi Bree. I gotta behave. I'm a guest on the Golden Feather this week. And since Friday is Stream Raiders PvP, I'm gonna be in cosplay, the steampunk field gear. So I'm gonna go right to their show wearing a big red Victorian era coat. How is the caravans? Was attacking, defending balanced? I will say I didn't get a chance to participate in the caravans. I know my guild was desperately trying to get one launched on Sunday. Tamir wasn't feeling well, and I wanted to go spend time with my wife, who has a kidney stone, who needs surgery on the 3rd of June. So, yeah, I heard you guys launched one. I wasn't there, unfortunately. But, you know, Caravan was bugged, wouldn't stand wheels. Caravans were buggy. The physics were a mess. They literally would fly and flop all over the place. That's okay. That's okay. They need to keep working on that then. And you have one of the best golden feather slots now that the verbal NDA is dropped. I know, right? It's gonna be like, yeah, Friday is gonna be crushing it. Because all week people are going to be, asking questions. Now, the NDA being down is great for the show, is great for the health of the community. We can move forward with some stuff. Do you have an auto attack in either tab or action, or is it the most basic attack a button? The most basic attack is a button. It's Q by default, unless you're in your action camera, then it's your left mouse button. Let's see. I was unable to auto attack for the Caravan. I could only damage it with abilities. Soma, did you write that up as a bug? Please make sure you write that up as a bug. I can't write it up because I didn't experience that. When are the test servers active? Is it only certain days or time slots? Yes. Right now, it's only spot testing between May 14th and July 9th, which is smart because they got a shit ton of data this weekend. They have more data from this weekend than they probably have staff members to parse. And that means every time that something comes up as a bug, they're building the this is what we need to do to get fixed. Can you give a simple pro-con list from your experience thus far on expectations versus reality? I think that the pro is that it's a delivered game testing bed. It's a delivered testing bed. And I think the fact that they took down the verbal NDA should allow a lot of people to now to be very, very crass and condescending. A lot of people should just turn around now and shut the hell up. And I want to say it that way. I think people now need, a lot of the people that say Ashes of Creation is a scam, it's vaporware, it's never going to deliver, those people need to shut the hell up. Because players can now talk about it. Thousands of players can talk about it. Would it be better if those thousands of players could show it? Sure, absolutely. Okay? Absolutely. Not vaporware confirmed. Absolutely. I was able to get in, I was able to play. It's skin and bones, it's the bare bones start. I think that, I don't have a con, to be honest. If you guys haven't seen the video I did where I broke down the delay, all right, I did a video response to the NDA push. It was the smartest move. It was the smartest move Intrepid has done in the last 2 years when it comes to dates. They created space to actually develop in after they get data. The two previous test dates, I called them out on the second one. I said, you guys made a mistake the first time, and you walked right into the same mistake the second time. Only con is they can't find enough people to work on it fast. True. The launcher, how can I say this? Oh, and I gotta, thank you. Launcher, the launcher download speed was bad. Poor Tamir missed downloading. It took 2.5 hours for her to download the client. That shouldn't take that long. It shouldn't take that long for us to download anything. There were a lot of hiccups getting downloaded if you had to download the entire thing. I will say where the hell is Ashes of Creation on my computer? I don't even know. I'd actually have to find it. I don't know where it shoved it, but yeah, downloaded fast for you. She didn't download till Sunday either. She had a very, very long download, 2.5 hours to get it downloaded. I need to write that up. I want to know if maybe potentially, because I was logged in, if I was logged in, was it doing something where it's like, oh, there's a client already connected from that IP address? But yeah, it was. I don't remember. I don't know how big the file size were. If somebody can jump into their file size and tell me how big it was, I can't find it at the moment. But yeah, we have 440 down. So, we shouldn't have had. It shouldn't have taken 2.5 hours. 40 gigs. Okay. How did the node system feel? The way the node system felt is irrelevant. For some of it, because it's the bare bones system. The progress and development, do the people try to co-op? That's all irrelevant because it was all set for testing to unlock things. For example, your stage 3, your node doesn't have the gear that people want to buy until the node is stage 3, right? So they sped up the node development so people could get further along faster. I think on Saturday, what did we see? Winstead leveled up to 3 in like 90 minutes, and that's not the intended. That's not the intended time frame. So I thought the mayor election system wasn't great as I thought it would be, but I don't think the test was meant for that. Yeah, the test wasn't meant for that. Winstead had the best quests though. Well, I would argue to say that Winstead didn't have the best quests. Because we didn't get to see the nodes all developed around the world. On Kale, Nala went to level 3 in like 30 minutes. Yeah. How's crafting? I'll tell you right now, crafting was very bare bones and it was very bugged, but crafting wasn't intended to be part of this system. I think when Steven said 10% of the artisan system, less than 10% of the artisan system is in place, I would say that of the portion they think is in place, the majority of that was gathering. I think there were 6 servers. There were 9 servers. They had 9 servers up at one point. Crafting was in, it just didn't work. Crafting was in, it was just broken. So how do quests change with the nodes? As the node levels up, the quest givers, there's new quest givers everywhere. I say this, the 30-day XP to level the nodes, anything to judge how long it will take in the launch version. If running around trying to find a divine node is going to be fun. The 30-day XP to level the node, it's not 30 days to level the node. Nodes level up in a few hours, many hours, a few weeks, many weeks, or a few hours, many hours, a few days, many days, a few weeks, many weeks. What was the most fleshed out system you found in alpha? None of them, because none of the systems were fleshed out at all, because they weren't designed to be fleshed out, because it wasn't a content test. Did you mention the rubber banding? Yes, I mentioned the rubber banding. The rubber banding wasn't bad. The rubber banding wasn't bad. Just so we're clear. The rubber banding sucked if you've not been in an alpha that has rubber banding. I don't think I ever... I don't know if I got above 9 seconds of rubber banding, and that's not bad at all. I've been in games where the rubber banding is 30 seconds. You run for 30 seconds and you make 1 second of progress. Did I talk about the XP debt yet? I have, and I've talked about the XP debt to say this. Anybody that's worried about the XP debt is content, and this was not a content test. XP debt was also bugged. With that said, one more time, with that said, there is going to be XP debt in the game because you're not going to be rewarded for rushing into things headlong. So there were, no, your rubber banding had nothing to do with your rubber banding had nothing to do with your internet. The rubber banding had to do with the fact that, they were data gathering, and that causes issues. I guess the easiest way to talk about this is everybody has to start in the same place. And then when you're logging it, every single thing you do becomes a pending thing you did. So instead of the action going away, right? Instead of the action going away, the action sits there. Well, imagine, your tumbler full of ice. You keep adding ice cubes to it. Instead of there being a hole in the bottom, the ice going out, you're adding more and more and more. Well, now the server says, oh shit, I've got too many things in the tumbler. Shit's just going to go bad. If your GPU couldn't handle the graphics, the game was unplayable with response. So definitely have a PC within specs. So yeah. In a very, very specific statement, I want to say this. If your computer doesn't meet these minimum specs, right? If you don't meet these minimum specs, then here's what I want to tell you. Don't complain. Don't complain that the game didn't run well. Don't complain that the game didn't run well if you don't meet the minimum specs. So and those minimum specs are pretty damn minimum. If you meet the minimum specs and you had issues, report it. But don't you dare go in and put in a feedback about how badly the game ran and then not include your specs to let them know you're not meeting the minimum specs. Any commands to ask about his basic thoughts? I'm sure he's asked 100 times. No, because unfortunately my show started before the NDA came down. So I didn't have the opportunity to write up. When are these minimum specs from? 2003. Good point. Wolf Lover giving out a 2-pack. I want to thank you guys for Friday. You guys just went crazy, and that's going to pay for more music. I did get music back already. So I didn't realize how fast we've been producing music. I have 30 music tracks already on PGN Music. So 30. That is a lot of music already. 30 tracks. Thank you to whoever gave me mine. I don't remember who gave you yours, but somebody gave you yours on Friday, I think. I said that unknowing beforehand. Is there a reason to be rude over my unfortunate experiences? I simply said I didn't get to enjoy it all on my end. Is there a reason to be rude over my unfortunate experience? I was rude. I was rude because I used your comment to make a teachable point. I mean, I wasn't necessarily referring to you specifically. I don't live in a sensitive culture, and I don't really need oversensitive people, because I wasn't talking about you. But if the shoe fits, feel free to lace that bitch up and wear it. If you think I was being rude to you, there's probably 8 or 9 other Ashes of Creation streamers. I took what you said and I made it a teachable point. Facts don't care about your feelings, and neither does Jahlon. By the way, the raid end we did was super smooth. I literally had 0 lag or anything. Yeah, there was very little lag, to be honest. Even Europeans that were playing, they were reporting that they weren't getting, getting lag. I mean, Jahlon is definitely rude, but that's what I like about him. No, I'm definitely not rude. I'm just honest, and I don't live in a politically correct culture because I don't give a shit about your feelings. I give a shit about the intellectual conversation. That's probably why I'm never going to grow to like the biggest numbers, because I actually acknowledge things. And that's okay. There are lots of other PC streamers that are dying to get to 10 viewers, and that's where you should go if you need to be coddled. The end of Saturday, people were locked out of the game, stuck on the windmill boss, and spiked our graphics cards. Mine went up to 7.5 gigabytes. Saturday, I'm trying to think. Yes, Saturday they took the test down early because they didn't want to do the reset. We did get stuck on, some of you did get stuck on the windmill boss. That is true. but I think it was a smart move of them to buy themselves 2 hours of development time on Saturday night instead of doing 2 more hours of ops and sustainment. Atomic Candyman, I see all these amazing looking mounts. Are these available in game or do you have to purchase them with cash? You can't purchase them anyway. These mounts are old cosmetic mounts, but I want you to, you bought these mounts out of a shop. That will not happen in the live game. That will not happen in the live game. Those are there just so people can see that the mounts that have been sold have been designed. There will be again, the Fox mount was 500 gold and it won't be in live. It is there so that people can see the mounts in testing, so those assets are there. You won't be buying those for gold at launch. I want people to, that's one of those, you got to be a responsible tester and not be like, oh, they were available for sale. Yeah, but they won't be. Some of them are earnable in game. Not all of them. Somebody asked about OC servers. Is there any game that ping? There is going to be oceanic servers, and I do want to say this. Steven has said that he can't guarantee it, but he most likely Sydney, because that's where the Amazon Web Services farm is. Isn't there going to be an in-game store but no pay to win, so the mount skins might be there? No, the mount skins have already been sold and they were exclusive when they were sold. So there is no way to get the old cosmetics back. Now there will be future ones. Also, I want to remind people that they are skins. They are not mounts. You must get your own mount. You must get your own mount before you get before you can put the skin on the mount. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. There are already 30 emotes in the game. There are already 30 emotes in the game. So does that mean you need a turtle mount to use it? Good question. The way skinning works is tier and type. Atomic Candyman is subscribed at tier 1 for 2 months. I appreciate that. I really do appreciate that. I spent a lot of money today at Fiverr. And that's where all the money goes right now. It all goes into Fiverr for artists and composers. So if a turtle is an A mount, an aquatic mount, then you need to have an A, mount, skin. And then if it's an A mount tier 2, you need an A mount tier 2 skin. A mounts, we don't have a lot of details on, but land mounts, we know tier 1 is running on feet on the ground. Tier 2 is jumping, gliding, floating, and tier 3 are royal mounts capable of true flight. Chibi Breeze device name is Chibunny. Chibuni. Chai Bunny. You have an i7 Chai Bunny. Okay, Chai Bunny. You have an i7 8700, 16 gigs of RAM. Come on now. Come on. 16. Windows chews up 16. Unoptimized piece of shit software. Let's see. I want to see the Snorse mount yet. I'd like to see the Snorse. Actually, what are the release intentions for servers per region? Are they going to try for one per region? Multiple, man. They're going to need multiple. Are you going to make a YouTube video with your thoughts on the alpha testing? Yes. Yes, I am. I'm also going to chop this up. We did a segment earlier today where I kind of condemned people for starting shit with Steven about his comment, his comments about New World, and I took ownership of that. For everybody that's joining us, I'm not going to redo the whole segment, but what I want to do, make sure that I take my ownership of Steven's comment, and I know that's going to sound kind of weird, But Steven made a comment about New World due to the fact that I asked him a question. And since I talk about responsibility, I talk about leadership, I talk about extreme ownership, really good book, you all should read it. I'm the one that asked Steven the question that sparked him to make the comment about New World. It would be cowardly of me to not turn around and say, I asked him the question off the cuff that led him to make a statement. Steven wasn't talking as the CEO of Intrepid Studios. Steven wasn't talking as the CEO of Intrepid Studios to Jahlon, who's was one of his official content creators. Steven and Jay were just having a conversation. And I didn't think about the repercussions of how I framed my question. Steven's still responsible for the words that come out of his mouth, but I'm responsible for setting up the microphone that Steven grabbed. You aren't officially, no, man. Look at that. Look at that. I'm a blue name again. I'm a blue name. I gotta get my green name back. I miss my green name. So that was ridiculous. I can't believe people took it personal that Steven was looking forward to a new game and people took it like a political statement for the company. Yeah, I'm the kind of person that believes that you can be a person and you could have a comment that isn't reflective of the hats you wear. But apparently people that don't have, some people feel like they're always beholden. Like Steven can't be a gamer anymore. Steven can't be a gamer. Steven can't be excited about New World and then be disappointed. That's why I'm going to say what he can't. I'm going to say that he can't say. That's all fucking bullshit, right? That's all bullshit. And what Massively OP did was bullshit. They used Steven's comment to advance a clickbait headline. And I think all of you should demand a better quality of criminal. Wait, no, wrong thing. You all should demand a better quality of journalism in MMORPG. I task you all to go be savages to every MMO journalism site and just start ripping them apart and saying, this is shit tier journalism. How about if you're going to say How about if you're going to say this is a news piece, it's a news piece. And if it's going to be an op-ed piece, it's an op-ed piece. Can we get a quote? Sounds like you were asking to answer with a creative director hat on. You're right. And I actually wrote that. Dusk Monk. Starting off, this is sort of my fault. I was having a casual conversation with Steven. I was having a media conversation with Steven because I was asking for a soundbite. You're absolutely right. What I was having and what I thought I was having and what I wanted to be having were two different things. I was talking to the head of my community because I forgot for a minute because I don't have a green name at the moment. I kind of slipped roles. I was more looking to the head of my community to make a statement about his game. I wasn't aiming for the head of my community to make a statement about New World, but that's okay. What's a green name? Official content creator. I was an official content creator for like 3 years, and they're revamping their official content creator program. So I'm just hoping to get in again. The mayor was then able to build buildings on the plots available in the village. Yes. The basic government system was in place. On Cal, we were able to vote for mayor. You were able to on Cal. We weren't able to. It wasn't. I don't know what was not functioning on ours, but something was broken on ours. We weren't able to press forward. They might have already had the vote. We didn't even have the guy. We got to in the last 4 minutes. There you go. That makes sense. What kind of ability spell system was in place during the testing? Was augmenting in place? Dude, augmenting's not anywhere near ready. This isn't a content test. They don't even have the classes in yet. Only level 1 through 10. Augmenting wasn't in. Classes weren't in. You only had 3 archetypes because the point of this was to make sure the server stuff works, the minimal stuff works. Although it looks like then what somebody was saying, their server was able to get their mayor up and running. So that's something we need to do next time. We that's something we need to do next time. We need to focus on that. 15 was the cap. Do you think XP gain was boosted for alpha? XP gain is irrelevant. I'm not trying to be dismissive of your thing, but this wasn't a content test, so the XP gain, the XP debt, all of that wasn't what they were testing. They weren't looking to swing the pendulum on that yet. Now, I'm sure that they're going to look at the data. Mayor didn't work. Steven had to manually assign them. Okay, that's good to know too. That's good to know as well. Did you guys get to play along and test with any of the content with the devs? We didn't have devs on Shoal. No. We did get checked in on occasionally, but we didn't have devs on. I mean, the devs weren't playing. That's the thing. The devs were all hands on deck doing, Margaret Crone, hope you're doing well. Paradox Gaming Network and chat. Hey, it's Margaret. Margaret, I want your setup. Your setup is so, your setup is like the dream setup for like my studio when I move. I'm just going to be like, okay, I'm building that. I have 53 inches of screen real estate and Margaret has 6 monitors and I'm just like, I could use 6 monitors. Margaret was also busy all weekend. Nothing like an alpha test to keep your community marketing lead busy, like having to run around and hit people with the hammer. Like, hey, I'm just going to go ahead and talk about this alpha test that's under NDA. Yeah, Margaret has 6 monitors. Margaret has the check mark, man. Margaret's an accomplished Twitch partner in her own regard. Margaret, what was I watching you play the other day? I was going to say something, but I was driving by. You were playing that like 2-person game where you had to work together. It Takes Two. Yeah. It Takes Two. I'm thinking about, playing that with Wolfus. That looks like a fun game, although she'll probably yell at me. Yeah, I watched when you guys were doing like the vacuum tubes and you were getting so frustrated. That's why I kind of drove by. I think I was about to say something and then I got child aggro. Kind of answered, what is the philosophy behind the world mobs power level? Leaning more towards a vanilla kind of WoW experience, 2 to 3 mobs could kill you, or a farm fest. You got to remember, in Ashes, mobs are not level restricted. You can literally have a pack of mobs where you have a 15, a 14, a 13, a 10 all next to each other. And let me tell you, you don't want to accidentally pull 2 Tidebreakers and have them get on either side of you, because you're just not going to get up and that you will die. Right now, remember, questions like, how was the leveling experience? The leveling experience was in place in order for Intrepid to test some things. With that said, it was not a content test. So when people are like, well, remember, the mob AI isn't all finalized. The behavior trees aren't all finalized. There is enough there to make it, I want to be really careful what I say here. There's enough content there to keep you busy for 9 hours during a spot test so that you, dare I say it, have fun. But your fun is not the objective there. And that's one of the things I give Steven mad props for and the Intrepid team mad props for. They have said it over and over and over and over again. They've said this is testing and it's a process. And there were people, and this is what made me weep for the future of MMOs. There were people who didn't want to, and Margaret, no bully, this is the map that you guys released a while ago. I'm not releasing the other map. This is the map you guys released. There were people who were told, get off of the southern continent. Get off of the southern continent, make it to a teleporter, make it to the north and spread out. I literally heard people say, fuck that, I'm not going to waste 30 minutes getting to the teleporter. My whole guild was like, teleporter away. And we got there and we went through and we didn't have any other lag on Friday night, right? We got there and we had fun. The rock monster, figuring out the astrolab, figuring out the bugs. We found a bug where if you're in a raid, you can't get credit for the spiders. These are little things that you need to test, right? These are little things you have to test. Well, there were people who literally said, fuck that, I'm not going to waste my time getting to the teleporter. You shouldn't be an alpha then. Because, you know, I'm not going to waste 30 minutes to do what the $500 test needs me to do. Exactly. They no longer need you in the buggy area. They need you to get out of the buggy area because they need to figure out what's causing the buggy area. But there are people that are like, I don't want to do this. And then, believe it or not, guys, I know we've been talking about it for 10 months on this show. I heard people say, this is so unfinished for an alpha. And my brain hurt. What do you mean this is so unfinished for an alpha? Isn't the definition... Whoa, what'd you do? Isn't the definition of alpha unfinished? The definition of alpha is unfinished. Can I go up a little more? Oh, I can. The scenery was amazing. The environment was amazing. I loved the environment. I was fully expecting a stupid buggy game since it's early alpha, but I had a bunch of fun. Yeah, imagine that. Now, of course, there were things. No one's saying that bug testing isn't frustrating. Okay? No one's saying that. Doing the quest where you go up to the crypt. How many of you drank the bottle? Any of you that are alpha testers, how many of you drank the bottle? Because how many of you are used to video games? How many of you didn't read what you were supposed to do? How many of you screwed up the prayer quest or the ritual quest because you didn't read the book? I'm going to tell you something about Ashes of Creation, and I absolutely love this. There are no idiot lights. There are no idiot prompts. Okay? There are no idiot lights. Oh, you didn't get the quests? Yeah, imagine this, guys. Imagine that there's not a big highlighted arrow above people's head that says, hey, there's a quest here. Skip quest text is going to be penalized. Yeah, I know. Like, there were people that are like, on the Astro Lab, there were people that are like, oh, it doesn't matter. Just force your way through it. Yeah. Quest development's not done. I guarantee you, knowing the quest developers at Intrepid, they put it in place so that there was placeholder fun. I guarantee you that guy's going to be like, yeah, really? Those are your coordinates? Go do it again. Go do it again. Go do it again. Because no, I don't like your answer. Go do it again. And if you don't do his quest, there's going to be other quests that don't unlock. The old lady, not the old lady, the chemist lady in the starter camp said, my supplies haven't made it through the portal yet, but can you go find out where all these ice crystals are coming from? Sure, I'll do that for you. Oh shit, that's a dragon. You know what? I have never wanted to go back and smack an NPC in the mouth. I wanted to go back. I wanted to slap that NPC right in the mouth. How do you know? Like, you knew there was a dragon up there. Is there like a main storyline and then side quests? Is there a way to tell the difference? There is not a lead you by the nose from place to place to place. Sorry, I'm on a balancing board. There is not an idiot light around the whole world that tells you go here, go here, go here, go here, go here. That doesn't exist. There are now. I know that there's a middle ground, and some people were upset with the little red markers on the ground that tell you where to go. I get that. Okay, I get that. However, you got to remember that you're making a game. You're making a game. Okay, that's not driven at a table by a DM and 6 to 8 players, right? There are going to be quest markers on the ground. However, there's no line. There's no light. There are some things that are like, there's a black circle here. There's a black circle here. You go there. It's in there somewhere. I don't really want to spoil it, right? I don't want to spoil it. There's a quest that if you're not being really, really, really observant, you can't figure it out. Will there be hidden quests? There are. I will give you an example of a hidden quest from Alpha Zero, because I am allowed to talk about Alpha Zero as well. In Alpha Zero, I was just minding my own business. I was just minding my own business. I walked out of the node in Alpha Zero, and on my quest log, which is in, you see on the right-hand side of the screen, that exclamation point, actually on the screen, what's showing right now, that's your quest log. I went in Alpha Zero. I walked out of the node, and I went off the beaten path, because that's the sort of thing I do. And my quest log opened up to the side, and it said, where are all these rabbits coming from? And I was like, that's interesting. So I started wandering around, and the quest went away because I left the quest area. I walked backwards, and then the quest reappeared. Where are all these rabbits coming from? That's the sort of thing that you're going to have in Ashes. They're not going to lead you by the nose and make you go everywhere. If you ask if there's a main story quest, no, there's not. This isn't Final Fantasy XIV. This isn't a do the blue quests, but not the gold quests. Do the ones with the fancy circle. If you didn't talk to the people at the bottom of the stairs, you didn't know to go to the crypt. If you didn't go to the crypt, if you didn't talk to the guy next to him, the guy next to the girl at the bottom of the steps, he wants you to go up there and clear the crypt out. Well, doesn't it make sense to you that if I've been told to go to the crypt, maybe other people might have some tasks for me to do up there? And they did, and none of them turned in, but it was still pretty cool. Apprentice Jahlon. You guys just love the Apprentice Jahlon thing, don't you? Make me turn off my van. The story is the world got ripped because the last main story failed. Now you're coming back and the objective is to rebuild. Go rebuild. That is not necessarily that far off from the main storyline. That is not that far off from the main storyline. How many times, hold on a second. We gotta check something here. Let me. Okay, that was set wrong. Now it's set right. Okay, so let's see. Nice hat. I know. I'm Apprentice Jahlon right now. How difficult were the mobs that you experienced? Let me tell you this. I'm gonna say this. Some of them were hard. Some of them were easy. But that wasn't the purpose of this test. So if you go ask other people, anybody's opinion on the difficulty of the mob is their opinion, but the next time you go in, the mobs, if they've touched that particular piece of the content, it will be different. Which I imagine, if I was guessing, they're going to parse that data. They're going to take they're going to take a look at it. And now they're actually going to build more. Because remember, if they haven't finished a system, then you're not testing it. The system is just there in place. Were you able to check out freeholds? No, there were no freeholds. There were no freeholds this time, or at least none that we could figure out. Was the difficulty based in the mob's distance from other mobs? No. The difficulty was based in... Let me not say that. Let me say this. The difficulty of the mobs is going to be based upon how far from the center of civilization, aka the node, the mobs are. You're not going to have the highest level mobs right next to the node. You're going to have to get off the beaten path a little bit. With that said, we already saw a little bit of that functioning. The closer to the node, you got the lower level mobs. The farther away from the mobs, the farther away you got higher level mobs. But then in some places it was still just raw, because you'd have like a 15, a 14, a 13, a 12 all next to each other. There was resource gathering in place. I had a very fun time with gathering. I like being a gatherer. I'm usually a primary gatherer. I like gathering. I started Final Fantasy 14, the original version, as a botanist. Like, I literally started as a botanist on the boat, throwing rocks at the squid. How's the gear items drop rate? Irrelevant to this discussion, because that wasn't the purpose of the test. So I could give you an answer and it'd be completely irrelevant because that's not what we were testing. That's not what we were testing. But now, for the design of Ashes of Creation, wolves aren't going to drop swords. Wolves are going to have a resource set. Wolf teeth, wolf fur, wolf pelt, wolf tails, wolf hooves, wolf paws, claws, whatever. Wolves aren't going to be dropping swords. They don't want that. Wolves are going to drop certificates, mob drops, relevant to what they are. Now, humanoid mobs can drop gear. Wolf hooves, yeah. What kind of scary wonderland do you live in? Yeah. Certs to turn in to get that gold. That and obviously hides are going to come from somewhere for leatherworking. Are you able to clear quests without actually starting them? No. You have to have the quest in order to get the credit. If you go up to the crypt and kill 10 mobs and then go back and talk to the guy's not going to say all of a sudden, thanks for killing those 10 mobs in the crypt, here's quest completion. What was your carry capacity for the world? That's none of that content is in yet. Those modules aren't in yet. Use the tools to get leather or something different? Yeah, probably. Uh-oh. What is lurk time? Oh, lurk time. Virtual hug. Virtual hugs in chat for Margaret. She stopped by. Margaret can have 2020 party. That's what Margaret can have. She can have a party. Were players trying to create an economy, or were they just sticking to sharing things among their group? There was no way to build an economy. It was basically just grind for the stuff you need in order to buy the gear you needed. Simon 9322 subscribe with Prime. That's 8 months. Next month you get a Twitch, baby. So if you go to the crypt and kill 10 mobs, I was level 2 tank. It's more like go to the crypt and get killed by 10 mobs. You know, I will say that Cleric has a certain advantage early on. Cleric has a certain advantage early on because the ability to self-heal. Demon Bunny subscribed at tier 1. I appreciate that. Knowing full well this is a first iteration alpha type stuff, is there anything you experienced that you hope makes it to live? Relatively unchanged. Let me say this. I'm going to give you an answer that really cultivates how I feel. I hope the experience doesn't suffer from alpha burnout. I hope that the fun I had on Friday with the guys and I think only Tamira is the only girl in our group. I think the fun I had with the guys and then looking forward, like other than fractured, getting together with the guys. It's been a long time since it's been like, I can't wait to see you guys tomorrow. Like, oh, we're logging off for today. Okay, I'll see you guys tomorrow. That's what I hope remains unchanged. Tested combat or PvP? Yes, I tested both, but it wasn't a content test, so all of that is irrelevant. How the combat felt, how the PvP felt, that's all irrelevant because that's not what we were testing this weekend. So I know that you're going to go to a lot of people and a lot of people are going to have their opinion on the combat. That's like walking into the kitchen at the steakhouse, picking up a fucking raw T-bone and taking a bite out of it and saying this doesn't taste very good. Well, no shit, that's a raw T-bone. We haven't cooked it, we haven't seasoned it, we haven't seared it, we haven't put mashed potatoes on the plate and asparagus on the plate, you know. Let's see, a few weeks we were talking about castle sieges. In April's Ashes Pathfinder, Steven did an interview and said people on the outside could participate in the siege. They just wouldn't be signed up and have a close respawn. Did that change in May? Yes. That changed in May. That actually changed immediately after. That changed immediately after Steven said it. I want to remind people. I want to remind people of something. Steven is a human being. Okay? Steven is a human being, and Steven carries in his head multiple versions. He carries his first initial, this is my dream MMO and this is what I want it to be. And then he carries what they put on the original game design document. And then he carries every different version of Tiger Team meetings or concept meetings. 9 months. That's a Twitch, baby. So remember, when Steven says something in a live interview, I want people to be forgiving enough that they give Steven some leeway. And they give him about a 60% margin of error on a random interview and about a 50% margin of error on a scheduled interview. Steven doesn't read the questions in advance. Steven doesn't want the questions in advance. Steven wants the questions raw, unadulterated, uncut, so that he can give feeling, not a vending machine answer. So Steven said something, right? Steven said something, and I immediately contacted him, which I do, because I'm the Ashes 101 guy. I'm writing the textbook and like, hey, wait, what'd you say? Hold up. You realized on this date you said this. What all I need to know is what the new answer is. So Steven walked back that answer. I posted the walk back a while ago. Steven said, yeah, people who aren't registered in sieges can't participate. There was going to be a point. There was an iteration. There was a version where people who aren't registered could participate. They just couldn't capture the castle, and they'd have a way far away respawn. But they changed that. Was a previous design just making sure? Yeah. It wasn't necessarily. Hold up. Let's make sure we're 100% accurate. It's not necessarily that it was a previous iteration. It could have been somebody on a meeting brought something up, and because you guys know that's how your brain works, right? Your brain is a biochemical filing sorting cabinet. So sometimes your brain is like, oh, this is the file you want. And you end up talking and you're like, wait, that's not the file I wanted. Wonder if you'll be able to spectate a PvP battle. They talked about that. And I'm actually against spectating PvP battles. And the reason why I'm against spectating PvP battles is intelligence is key. If you don't know how I defended my castle, say I'm the monarch of a castle. Say I'm the monarch of a castle, and we successfully hold our castle on siege week. I would tell my entire guild, look, guys, I understand that you're really excited, and I understand some of you are content creators, but I'm asking you to please send me your video drafts before you release any of the siege stuff, so I can check to make sure that you've put blurs where you need blurs or stuff where you need to put stuff. Because I want to be able to go to the well again to use the same strategy. I remember being in a guild in Arcage where you weren't allowed to make content. The guild leader said, until this fight becomes common knowledge, you cannot make content about it. I don't want anybody to find out how we do it. And so one guy made content, and one guy made content about it, and the guild leader was going fucking postal, and it was the fight up to the 90% part, and then at the 89% part, he put a big black box over the whole fight, and he said, "You scrubs figure out your own strats," and that's all he streamed all the rest of the video. It's just the big black box. He took the black box down when we were dividing up loot. But the guild leader damn near lost his mind. The guild leader damn near lost his mind. I thought he was gonna have an aneurysm. Should be able to spectate the 1v1 military nodes. I do agree with that. I do think that you should be able to see those. You should be able to see those. Without a doubt. Let's see. Excited and hoping to see who they choose for official CC. Either way, can't welcome all the CCs for Ashes. I am really looking forward to the I am looking forward to who gets into the content creator program. Obviously, I'm self-interested. With that said, I'm looking forward to I am looking forward to bringing in new talent onto the Ashes of Creation stream team. So, with that said, though our arena battle still planned, might be a space for spectators there. Yes, and they've said that it might be possible to spectate the 1v1, 3v3, 5v5, and 20-man free-for-all arenas. Also, guys, at a later date and time, I'm going to need your support, because I think that if party sizes are 8, there should be 8 versus 8 arenas. I see no reason why there's not 8 versus 8 arenas, so guilds can put up or shut up, really, is how it works. I also think that there should be specific mechanics where you can queue into the arena and you can hit I want a specific fight, and they can click the box I want a specific fight, and it brings a sub menu up. So it's like Paradox versus Intrepid. Well, because I clicked I want a specific fight and they clicked I want a specific fight, they click on Paradox, I click on Intrepid Studios, we both hit launch. Since we've picked each other, we go in to fight. With that said, there should be no rewards from I want a specific fight. If the arena awards 50 PvP season points on a win, then no, there shouldn't be any PvP season points if you choose. Otherwise, people would just deliberately throw against another group. Yeah, Island win trading if you got points, yeah. If you go to a siege of castle, you should be able to offer a 1v1 challenge against the king to decide the day, prevent loss of life of your men. Yeah, because you'd lose. Good thought there. I challenge you, Daenerys. Oh, here's me, 50 meters in the air. Here's my fucking dragon. You're dead. Good fight. And then somebody said, well, they shouldn't be able to use the dragon. Why would I not use the dragon? Why is it everybody always says, oh man, you got that advantage. You shouldn't use that advantage. You should fight me honorably. Maybe it's because I'm ex-military, but all I have to say is, if I have an advantage, I'm using it. Oh, you guys only have bolt action rifles? Ma Deuce goes, I'm sorry. That's just how it is. You got bolt action rifles. I got 50 cals. I'm belt fed. I guess I'm winning. Don't know what to do. Don't know what to tell you. Yeah, my job isn't to die for my country. It's make your ass die for yours. Exactly. Oh shit. Yeah, no fair fights. Some of us were trying to see if they had different node types in A1 or not. I don't think they did. I don't think they did. I think they had nodes. I think they just had the base node module. That would be a good question to maybe ask. The moon door. Yeah, exactly. You don't fight with honor, sir. No, but he did. We touched on this before. What about staking on PvP battles in-game currency? Will they be able to work around that, or shit out of luck because of certain countries? I believe Steven is going to find that he's going to have to walk back a lot of his statements, because even in the US, we got some, we have some court cases that are working through federal appellate court right now about all the ramifications of in-game betting. I don't want to turn this into a down the rabbit hole. The punchline of the joke is, unless you make player-to-player trading blocked, then you can't have gambling in your game for those assets. Otherwise, the argument is that game companies don't police RMT well enough. You're creating a black market for online betting. It's neither ridiculous nor able to be dismissed. Old school RuneScape allowed. You know, people have asked me that on a number of occasions, and what I'm going to say is I have no idea how they get an exception. I believe it is because they are grandfathered, but the only 2 games I can specifically speak of is Final Fantasy XIV and Arcage. Arcage has a casino in Mirage Isle. In Mirage Isle, there is a casino in Arcade. In Korea, it works. In North America, it worked occasionally, and you could make a lot of gold when they didn't realize it was working and then quickly turn it off. And then in Final Fantasy XIV, they have the gold saucer. Everything in the gold saucer is character bound. Everything in the gold saucer is character bound. You can't trade anything. That's how they were able to do it. I do remember Final Fantasy Square Enix talking about that, saying, "Yeah, we're trying to navigate a whole bunch of laws." I don't know how old school RuneScape continues to do it, or Project Entropia, but I know Project Entropia, they file the taxes. Like, if you sell something in game, they file the appropriate tax paperwork for digital property to the government. So you end up paying for that. You buy a $400,000 asteroid, you end up paying the government for ownership of that. So I'm going to take like a 30-second break. You guys all get yourself a beverage and then come back with what you want to know about the testing we did over the weekend. Alrighty, what class did I play? I played Cleric this testing cycle. I have played Tank. I have played Mage. I like Cleric. I also didn't... I noticed I was going to rotate between them this time, but I noticed that the known issues told me that Tank was overtuned. And I didn't want to play Tank and get, bad data in my head. So I said there's going to be lots of opportunities to testing. I said there's lots of stuff that I want to, there's going to be lots of opportunities to test. I want to make sure that I have a good plan. I wanted to do Cleric again. There were some changes to Cleric. So I wanted to make sure that I understood those. So what's some of the stuff you personally wanted to share that was under NDA before? That's a good question. What I want to tell people is this. All the time that Intrepid has been trying to get the NDA down so they can show off the game, right? A lot of people are under the impression that Intrepid is afraid, right? Intrepid is afraid to show off the NDA, the Alpha 1. Well, anybody that played in the Alpha 1 this weekend knows that the rubber banding itself, if I knew nothing else of the testing this weekend except the rubber banding, that would have been enough to delay. That would have been enough to delay taking down the NDA. Because rubber banding is where you run for like 10 seconds and then you get rubber banded back to where you started and you made like 1 second of progress and you run for 10 seconds and back and run and back and run and back. It's just the nature of them gathering data. They're gathering data on the server. And, they're running parsers, they're running loggers, and that causes issue. So that would have looked bad. I know people are like, well, they should just get on with it. They should just show it. How many times does something look bad and then like 5 minutes later it clears up, but X number of people have walked off? Give you an example. The best example I can think of this was over the summer last year, I went to Disney World during a pandemic. And there were people that would walk up to a ride that was closed for cleaning because they were cleaning the rides pretty often. And it was really great when they would close a ride for cleaning. You know why? Because everybody would walk out of the ride. And it would only take 5 minutes to clean the ride, but more than 5 minutes worth of people in front of you had gotten out of the way. So you actually gain time in line because those people are like, oh, I can't believe the ride's down. I'm just going to go get something to eat, or I'm going to go wait in another line. So sometimes you see something and it looks really bad. And the truth of the matter is, if you just stick it out, it's not that bad. By the end of the weekend, we didn't have rubber banding as long as we were away from the other people. Now, well, what if we can't use the starter areas? Do you think they're going to have a mountain of data and not use it? So it was good. They got a lot of people in. They got a lot of data. They can make data-driven decisions. They can make data-driven improvements. And then they're going to take their time this time between now and 9 July. 9 July is great because it allows them to do almost 2 development iterations, plus move the studio, plus internally QA, plus maybe get Ranger online. Although I think bringing Ranger online, if they could do it, would be great. But again, people have to recognize the next test will probably not be a content test either. Because you had some issues, you're going to write some fixes, now you need to validate those fixes. I think the biggest thing I'm glad I can talk about now is slow is smooth and smooth is fast. Intrepid overpromised and they've under-delivered. But now Steven has said, I'm not going to rush the game. I'm not going to deliver an uncooked product. I'm not going to deliver a game that, is buggy as shit on release. Steven said, Steven just recently said he's prepared to commit another $5 million to the game because his projections show that at current burn rate, he needs to commit another $5 million. And guess what? Steven can open up his wallet and he can commit another $5 million. So, how'd you feel about the weekend? Lots of issues with the servers. It was fun killing dragons, though. So let me say this. There weren't lots of issues with the servers. There were the appropriate number of issues with the servers. There were the appropriate number of issues. Yeah, the appropriate issues. I want people to remember that. And every coder I've talked to has said, if the servers came up and there were no issues, they wouldn't trust it. They would be like, that ain't good. Everything's running great. Yeah, that ain't good. I'm glad that there was rubber banding. I'm glad. Here's what I want to say. I didn't encounter the same bugs again. I've been testing for I don't know how long. And every time I test, I encounter bugs. Now, I want to remind people. That in this stage of alpha, a quest not working is not a bug. And I know that sounds weird, but a quest not working is not a bug. A quest not working is simply a quest not working. That doesn't mean it's a bug. It just means it's not finished. So I haven't run into the same bugs over and over. Some of the bugs, they suck. Unreal Engine 4 crashes. There's a reason why people don't like Unreal Engine for MMOs. That's okay. Let's see. Key thing is that they managed to get resolved pretty quickly. Not only that, it was due to their own logging tools. Yeah, I mean, sure, having the logging tools causing issues is bad, but they need the data. And then on Sunday, they actually made a smart decision that they chose one server to do. They're like, we're using this server to get some data. We're doing this. We're restarting this server. That's good. If they had done it with Shoal, nobody in Paradox would have complained that Shoal was picked for the server that was, as one person said about the testing, why are they fucking with my server? I don't know. They're fucking with your server because they're testing. That's how it works. Flicks the play button issue extremely fast. Yeah, there was an issue with the play button. You know, of course there's going to be issues. I probably would have gone and gotten a drink and refilled up my water. Yeah, exactly. We got to take your server down for 5 minutes. Fuck this game, blah, blah. Like the people I told you, while Margaret was here, I brought it up. I heard people say when Intrepid said, work really hard to get out of the area with the rubber banding. Work really hard to get to one of the lighthouses so you could get to the North Continent so that you can get away from the issues. Fuck this, man. I'm gonna go play something else. Yeah, it's not a game, it's a test. You shouldn't be playing anything. You should be testing. Like, some people PM'd me, and are you exploiting that boss? Yes. Shouldn't be exploiting. Yes, I should. I should be exploiting. I should be cheating. I should be exploiting and cheating early and often. Why? So that somebody can write it up. And one of the Paradox people wrote it up and said, you know, we can stick this bug. We can stick this boss in a flower. We can stick this boss in the ceiling. We can stick this boss in a rock. Okay? Yes, you absolutely should. Here's the two parts to this. You should be trying to break every single thing. And ... filing your bug report. As a responsible tester, you should breaking him over and over and over until you can replicate the issues you find and report them to the developer so they can correct it. Yes, that's the key part. You shouldn't be finding all the exploits to keep them hidden under your hat. You should be finding all the exploits and telling the developers. And there was one. I asked my guy who found it, I said, did you submit a bug report? And he said, yes. I said, okay. So in my bug report says I've validated this person's bug report. I've recreated the steps, different tester, different client, different configuration, exact same bug result. That's good testing. Now, a couple of people put in the guy stuck on the rock. If you do that, you suck. I'm assuming you mean if you hold on to the exploits and try to benefit from them. As a responsible tester, you should. The goblin respawn. The goblin respawn was one. We found a pack of griffins that respawned very, very rapidly. We found some bug. I personally didn't find them, but we found some high level, low HP mobs that were dropping the greater essences, so you could farm like 70 or 80 greater essences in a really short period of time. So those things, you report them. Now, some of those are going to be like this. And just so you guys know, this is how some of them are going to be. Poor QA team and everybody that's helping the QA team right now, looking through bugs, it's going to be like this. Mob respawn. Chuck it in the fuck it bucket, we know. Mob respawn, chuck it in the fuck it bucket, we know. Sticking the rock monster into the ceiling. Give that to Sean. Water swimming. Fuck. Yeah. Kevin, we know. Here, Kevin. There's 397,000 we're swimming in the air bugs. McPee's gonna be like, I know. I got it. Is the current character sheet the same as the old image presented in the wiki? I'm gonna say yes, because they haven't done any UI updates. Yes, that is the same character sheet. They haven't done the UI updates yet. How long did you spend testing per day? Were there set hours, or was it 24/7 for the 3 days? No, it was not 24/7. It was 11 to 9 Pacific. So 11 to 9 Pacific, and then Friday had some issues. We didn't get in until late. Saturday at about 5 Pacific, they didn't do the server reset. They said, you know what, guys, we have enough data for today. We're gonna go try to do the fixes so that we can get some more data tomorrow. And people got to realize that as well. I did see some people, and I understand. I'm not like unsympathetic. I'm not unsympathetic to people who say, well, the testing times weren't conducive for me. I understand that. I do. As a gamer, as a player, I understand that, right? I Some of you kept egging me on Friday, like, why wasn't I ending my show early to go test? Well, I knew the servers weren't up, and even if the servers were up, I wasn't going to leave my show to go test. That'd be Bush League. But I understand that some people that live in some parts of the world need the servers to be up for 24 hours. With that said, yeah, 7 p.m. to 5 a.m. for Z. And that sucks. Okay? But remember, Intrepid is all located in Pacific time, which is probably the absolute worst time zone for Europeans because it's so much more. It's 3 hours more than East Coast. So, 4 a.m. to 1 a.m. for me. Pacific is bad. Pacific is bad because that's where the team works. Remember, guys, the team can't... You can expect the team to do whatever you want, but you can't reasonably expect the team to rotate their sleep hours for alpha testing because there's no need. Alpha testing is all about, can we get the data? Can we get the data we need to make the changes? This stage isn't really about what works for the players. It's what's useful to testing. Absolutely. You just slept in the day? Yeah. I mean, good stuff. That's what I recommend people do. Day 1 starting around 4 p.m. instead of 11 a.m. Then there was the play button bug. Day 2 was ended early too. There was excellent communication. Absolutely. The cash shop changes monthly. I clarify, I don't have alpha. I'm just here because I love your content. Oh, that's nice. I like when people love my content. It's a whole lot nicer when people love the content rather than me having to ban people. Yeah, the cash shop changes once per month. The cash shop changes next on 9 June. Although I do want to say this, they may shuffle that 9 June a little bit. Just because they've decided to change the alpha dates, so that may change, and that's okay if it changes. Let's see. What about base stats? Do they still provide the same? Don't all of that, James. This wasn't a content test. This was a function test. So all the character shit that we got is irrelevant. All the character shit we got was irrelevant. We're not even done with the combat revamp yet. So, we didn't go into that level of validation because we were outright told this wasn't a content test. We're Alpha 2, late Alpha 1 and all of Alpha 2 is content testing. Even in Alpha 1, when they start bringing on the other nodes, when they start bringing on the other nodes, a lot of that is going to be baseline fixes, not necessarily content, if you know what I mean. It's going to be like, oh, did the node work? Does the mayor system work? Does the freehold work? But my leveling experience, yeah, we're not worried about that yet. Why? Because the team that they have has done characters and leveling in combat. And what part of the world you play in, the part of the world you play in will be in the final version. Yes, exactly. Content can never be in a complete state when the underlying systems are only partially implemented. Also true. I don't have alpha either, but I'm sticking around because I appreciate the conversation about issues, testing, and other things, and not just sucking the hype around the NDA right now to have a productive conversation on the topic. Yeah, I did try to warn all those content creators for months and months and months. They needed to start, and some of them didn't, and now they're like, oh my god, the NDA dropped. I've had like 6 or 7 PMs while I'm live. What do I do? The NDA just dropped. How do I make content? I don't know. Watch my show. That's what I'm doing. Apparently the world was huge and it was only 17%, and it's pretty filled with diverse mobs. Oh yeah, there were probably, if I said there were 50 mob types, I would not be lying. 50 mob types would probably be 50 unique mobs would probably be accurate. I've seen people say it had more moral mobs than New World. Types or models? So obviously that's a loaded question because a humanoid is a humanoid. It's just got a different mesh and model on it. I would say 50 unique, not counting variant. No, that's not counting variants. Of it's if I count variants, I would say that I'd still be at 50-ish, more than 40, less than 50. I mean, because even the goblins were different enough. I mean, obviously the cursed charger versus the other charge, the cursed charger, the two other types of chargers. I mean, they're different mobs. They're the same model. There was a goblin village. Yes. There were trolls on the beach. Forest charger. Yeah. There were scale runners. A lot of humanoid mobs. Yeah, there was a ton, man. I didn't take notes. The pirates. Oh man, the pirates were such a pain in my ass. The pirates, man, because they pop potions. The pirates pop potions on you. I've never seen a mob actively pop a potion. The mob's like, yep, what's up? Enchanted armor was my favorite. I think the enchanted armor's always been good. The spooters. There were so many flavors of spooters. Opinion on Death XP? My opinion on Death XP is irrelevant since that wasn't balanced or the purpose of the content. That wasn't the purpose of the testing. The Death XP, I come from games where there's Death XP. Final Fantasy 11, Lineage 2. I'm okay with Death XP, and I'm not worried about the fact that it seemed overtuned because it was overtuned, because it wasn't tuned at all. So, oh my God, where is who said it? Where did it go? The macaws had a double stacking bleed. Each macaw could put 2 bleeds on you. Was the UI in place? Yes, there was a UI in place. No, it's not the final UI. The UI isn't going to be released until later because the UI is kind of the signature of your game, and you don't want to open it up for people to benchmark your UI. The only classes present in the May test are tank, healer, mage, right? Yes, tank, healer, and mage. Lineage had 4% loss on death, and those 4% ranged from 10 minutes of farming on low levels to hours at top levels. Yeah. Watch the guy get massacred by 3 birds. You shouldn't have. I hope you're an in-game tester, because if you're not an in-game tester, you shouldn't have been watching anybody. So, if you know somebody's breaking NDA, you should tell them to knock that shit off. The last thing we need is to damage the game's reputation. Nobody should have been streaming. You were in game? Good answer. Yeah, man, I'll tell you right now, my daughter came in to play Uno with me, and I thought I was safe, and I died. I died, and I took a 7% level loss. That kind of hurt. And then I died to a Fellbeak macaw because double stacked bleed on me, and that was just horrible. Only core system that I didn't enjoy was the on-foot movement. It felt like the movement scale didn't match the terrain scale. Yeah, all of that is, I hope they smooth it out a bit more. Yeah, all of that's going to be smoothed out a bit more. When I drank the potion in the crypt, I took a 48% XP debt. That was rough. Yeah. Tidebreakers broke my heart. Tidebreakers broke my heart because of the sound they make when they die. And, I'm a big I love otters. I'm a huge fan of otters. I actually wanted to adopt 2 otters. But then I found out when they're angry with you, they poop and they rub their poopy butt on stuff, and then they fling poo like monkeys. They play with their poo when they're angry, and they hide your keys. And no, I'm like, no. I'm like, no, I can't handle that in an animal. Yeah, I cannot handle that in an animal. You do that too? You poop and rub your poopy butt on everything when you're angry? Any skill animations different from what we saw in the preview? No. There are a couple of changes to the cleric and their skill names and their positioning. But no, the animations are still mostly the same. Cleric had one of its animations smoothed out a little bit. Again, I didn't play tank this time, so I didn't look at the lacerate. If I had known that the NDA was going to be dropping today, I would have done more testing to like have more data. So I started on cleric but didn't like the delay between health on the target bar and the party bar. I swapped to mage after the wipe. Yeah, there some of that was due to the server doing its thing. Somebody asked me how did I feel about cleric. I'll be honest, I don't think the healing feels very good right now. But I think a lot of that has to do with system design, game system design. Do I think they will change the name of tank for anything else? No, because what medieval name is set for guy who stands there and gets the shit beat out of him while everybody else does their job? I mean, you could use the word Vanguard if you wanted to risk getting sued by Revelation Online. Defender, Protector, or Guardian? No. Bullshit. You don't have to be a tank to be a defender. You don't have to be a tank to be a protector, and you don't have to be a tank to be a guardian. All of those words mean something else. Meat shield, shield bearer. Can't call him a shield bearer because if they're a shield bearer, they're the only person that can wear a shield. Can't call him a defender because I can't be on defense with can't defend the flag room unless I'm a tank. Oh, can't defend this area because I'm not a defender. You gotta be careful. Now, I agree with some people who've said, well, cleric should be called healer, except cleric can build into a damage stance. Ranger, people have said ranger should be called archer. The problem is that rangers don't have to use bows. So, yeah, you run into the. You don't have to be a fighter to be a fighter. I agree. I agree with that. Fighter is another bad one. Call them Sir Stand in front of the dragon. Yes, right. Just call you alphas. I mean, yeah, in no game that I've played, is there a tank class. Like, even in D&D, there's no tank. But that's because, yeah, who just said it? 99% of the time, you're going to be referred to as your class anyway. Remember, your archetype is your role. Your archetype is your role. Your base class. I hate this thing. It should be base archetype. Your base archetype is your role. So tanks are the people who tank. Fighters can't tank. Rogues can't tank. Summoners can tank on a Brood Warden. Let's be real. People are just going to call anyone who is a tank primary just tank. Yeah, I mean, just like this one, people always do this and they say, hey, we need 3 DPS for this dungeon. No, you need 3 damage dealers. You need 3 DDs for the dungeon. Damage dealers are the people who do DPS. Do we know if skills like Fireball can be body blocked by having another person step between them and the target in the release version? Yes. That's intentional. There is spell collision. There is spell collision, and unfortunately that also means that there is healer spell collision. That's gonna be interesting. Also, what I'm worried about is I kind of want Steven to make a specific statement on this point. Let me bring up this video. There it is. In this video, Steven shows this. And this is very similar to what we have. This is very similar to what we have in game right now. The problem is that they have said that you're going to have about 45 abilities. Well, I really would like Steven to make a statement that there's more than just the 9 actives that we see. Because right now, if you look at that, you're going to have passives, actives, weapons. I'd like to know, I'd like a soundbite that says we're going to get more than the 9 active abilities. I would just like that soundbite. I am a little worried about that. Only a minor though. Only minor. Let's see. Oh man, one of my cats came in here and flung up dander everywhere. Plus, I cleaned the office today. Oh, cleaned the office today. There shouldn't be that much dander. I vacuumed plenty of time before the show. I'd assume healers will go 75% tab. Yes, but just because you're in a tab ability doesn't mean that there's not spell collision. You can have a tab ability and then the ability get hit when get intercepted if somebody steps in front of it. Self-healing archetypes are going to rule the world. Self-healing archetypes won't be able to replace a healer. There's a soundbite floating, soundbite floating about that. Has there been any conversation about healing collision in terms of you taking a heal from an opponent? You can't take a heal from an opponent, no. On the last AOC stream, we saw 4 additional skill bar slots. Do you believe the skill bar slots will increase even further? You saw mount ability slots. Those were for the mounts, and those were in alpha. You can also have up to 4 skill bars. They've already said you can have up to 35 you can have less than 30 abilities. Did you talk about the mounts? They looked amazing. I regret not buying the turtle. Oh, the mounts looked great. The mounts looked great in the game. So what you guys saw with all these people using mounts, all the mounts that the developers use. Let me skip ahead to where he mounts up. Does he not have his? He has his UI. Okay, so right here, what you're seeing, that 4 bar on the top, that's not his. That's the mounts. That first one is sprint for the mount. So the Fox mount looks so good. Yeah, it does. The Corvid Castigator cosmetic looks so good. Really good looking cosmetic. I'm glad I got to see the Fox mount. Just makes me more excited to ride around on it. And now just think of it this way. You saw the Fox mount, but you saw the unfinished version of the Fox mount. What you saw was the Fox mount without any of the finalized graphics or animations. I will say one thing that didn't feel good. One thing that didn't feel good is I don't like Q. I don't like Q as my filler ability. But I will tell you guys, even for somebody that has the hand issues that I have, I was able to play in action combat mode and not really suffer. What kind of graphics card did you run and how was the play? Oh, please, I have a 3090. I have my content creator machine. So, yeah, a 5950 with a 3090. So, I played on Ultra and I had I had plenty of resources. Can you get skins in the game? Yes. I was not a huge fan of the terrain textures and such. I think you're the only person I've heard say that then. I don't think anybody else has had a criticism of the environment. And if the terrain and textures isn't your fancy, unfortunately, I don't think you're gonna like the game then, because those aren't likely to change. Those aren't likely to change in style. They are likely to change in quality. Did you like mode combat? Did I like? I don't know what you mean by Tudo combat more. How did it look on Ultra? Similar to live streams? Yeah, it looked exactly like the 4K footage. Did you like the combat more? The mode? What do you mean? I don't understand what you mean. Did I like the combat mode? You mean action combat mode? Yeah, I liked action combat mode. It works really well because I like being able to use left spacebar. Are you gonna get faction locked? No, there's no factions. There's no factions at all. So, let me take that back. There's no adventuring class factions. There are factions in the social organizations. There are factions, the corrupted and the bounty hunters, they form a quasi faction. But no, there are no, it's not like your Horde or Alliance at launch. No. Will in-game mounts look as good as store mounts? Yes, they will look better. The best looking mounts will be obtainable in-game. Let's see. What I mean by having a self-healing as a fighter, cleric, high sword, may have augment heals and good melee damage, even rogue, cleric, cultist, a life-stealing badass, it sounds like to me. Except you won't, even if you have self-sustain, you won't be able to replace having a cleric. It's not like everybody, not everybody in a raid can all go sub-cleric and have an extra damage dealer and not have a cleric with them. You will have to have a cleric, you will have to have a tank. How am I? I am good. Rolling in the last 45 minutes of my show, always a good time. Terrain was good. I did notice that the monsters had a kind of funky animation from a far distance, but then smoothed out as they approached them. You know, they didn't have a funky animation. You know what they had? They had their natural animation from far away. That was you seeing them doing their thing. That, I'll say this, is if they get that smoothed out, I kind of like that. I like seeing mobs doing, stuff. Like, I like seeing a raptor putting his snout up in the air like, oh shit, there's raptors over there. Was there any lore sprinkled through A1? Yes, there was. There was a lot of lore sprinkled in A1. A lot of lore. A lot of lore. Oh, I think he's talking about the low frame rate of the draw distance animations? Yeah. Then that would be one thing. I could agree with that. Do you think you should be able to see a mob's hit points for total versus a red bar? You have to be able to see the mob's hit point total. You have to, because if you want the because there's some level 10 mobs that have 4,000 hit points because they are beefier. Like, you can have a level 10 mob with 800 hit points. You can have a level 10 mob with 4,000 hit points. You need to know, you need to know specifically. Opinion on the cave area. You're gonna have to be more specific. Which cave do you mean? Did the cleric have any buff abilities? They only had one. They had hallowed ground. Apparently open world dungeon mobs hit very hard. They don't hit any harder than other mobs of the appropriate level. So. Has there been raids in A1 yet? Yes, well, I wouldn't call them raids. There has been point of interest mobs. So. I was pleasantly surprised with the performance during the siege on Cal server. You didn't have a siege. Probably more than 100 players fighting the dragon, no frame server issues. Unless you had a siege that nobody else had, you had an event. You were killing the dragon, but you didn't have the siege. Unless your server specifically had sieges. World bosses do not equal raids. Yeah, so here's the thing. We're gonna all have to agree at one point. We're gonna have to sit down and write the lexicon of what things mean. Because some people think raids are instance dungeons of 24 to 40 people. The siege area, you weren't in the siege area. You were just fighting one of the dungeons. You couldn't get to the siege area. They were locked, the teleporters. Oh, except when Steven summoned everyone and the people started falling. Oh, did Steven summon you guys somewhere to the siege area then? Steven hopped, okay. Make sure you specify that. if you're going to give me details, make sure you absolutely specify those things, because remember, there were 9 servers, and so some people will get confused and angry, and they'll be like, what do you mean Siege was on your server? I was on the wrong server. Fuck all this. If Steven jumped on one of the servers and he pulled people for testing, he didn't pull you to have fun. He pulled you for testing. Yeah. Just, there were 9 servers. Make sure we keep it. Make sure we keep it on the level so that we don't start more controversies. You might have already talked about this, but what classes you played and did you join them? I played Cleric, but this testing wasn't a content test, so I really don't want to go on and on and on about the classes, because that's not what we were testing. They weren't balanced, they weren't tuned. They actually had a known issues bug that said that tanks were overtuned. But we should probably keep that part secret for the surprise later on. Probably. Raids are instance dungeons of 24 to 40 people. No, 24 or 40 people. There are 24-man raids and there are 40-man raids. There are not... No, that's even wrong. There are 16-man raids and there are 40-man raids. There are currently no plans for 24 or 32-person raids. Do I know or estimate number of A1 testers? I do. 8-man raids aren't raids. 8-man raids are dungeons. Raids aren't instanced. No. Do I know the current number of Alpha 1 testers? I need to punt that question. I can't answer it. I hope you can figure out why I might not be able to answer that question, but I can't give you an answer due to integrity issues. So let's just leave it at that one. Raids in dungeons are not instanced. However, there are ways to stop people from bringing extra people to a fight. And one of that is loot lockout. One of that is the boss starts doing more shit if you bring more people. How they're planning on doing things, I don't know. No. Considering it's the open world, I'd almost certainly not, but why wouldn't you? So say you bring 80 people. Do you have to get a full raid though? Like, you need to have 40 people to do a raid. I mean, no, you don't have to have 40 people to do a raid unless it's designed for 40 people. But I mean, you'd be able to do it with 38 if you could do it with 38, you could do it with 38. I mean, you don't need, it's not like the boss room won't open up unless you have exactly 40. Also, remember, you can be in a dungeon or a raid. You can be in a dungeon or a raid doing content, and another group can come in and wipe you and take your boss. Sino jamming. The Sino jammer is down. Everyone regroup at the outpost. Repairs are going well. We're at 30%. So yeah, depending on the gear level of the people. It's like this. Somebody asked me the other day, they wanted to get through a 24-man in Final Fantasy. You can actually 3-man a 24-man dungeon or 24-man raid in Final Fantasy, as long as it's the level 61 and you have 3 people each form up. You can go in with 3. You just have to be very, very specific how you do it. So there were some name mobs around Summit, smaller ads too, not recommended for soloing though. Maybe not for you. I soloed a lot of the named mobs. But what I will say is, again, it wasn't a content test. So going into a particular area, sometimes you would find a mob with like 300 hit points that gave 900 XP, and you'd find another mob at the same level with 4,000 hit points that gave, 650. So I could go grind on that weak mob and get 900 a pop, or I can spend 3 minutes killing a mob and get 650. Remember, the intent... Can we Bob Ross it up? Because we got to Bob Ross this up. The intention is for this. They want grouping to matter. So say you have this stick figure, right? And you're a solo player, right? And you kill this stick figure and he gives you 1,000 XP, right? Now, say you have a party of 8 people and he's going to give you 1,000 XP. And of course, that would suck because that would be 125 XP per person. And you'd say to yourself, well, if I could solo that mob, I could get 8 times as much XP. But say it takes 3 minutes to solo the mob, right? And say in a group of 8, where's my calculator? Because I want the numbers to actually make sense. So, say solo, it takes you 3 minutes. And here you have 22.5 seconds. Well, now you're like, okay, well, now it's still even Steven. The trick to this is if you have 8 people, this mob might be worth like 1.4 times XP. So you get more XP. You get more XP because you're in a group. And you can kill more of them per interval. So yeah, in this regard, you'd be getting more XP per 3 minutes. Per 1 kill on the left, you'd be getting more on the right. Let's see. Let's see. 728. Oh, it's perfect. If we do this, then we can do one more today. And it'll be a fun time. And then Friday is Steam Raiders PvP. And I'll be in full cosplay for that. And then I will go straight to the Golden Feather on Friday in full cosplay. I have not ordered the new jacket. I did say I will order it, but I had to buy the air conditioner first. And the air conditioner was a bit pricey. I will take on my alter ego of the steampunk sniper. Unfortunately, you know what sucks, guys? You know what really sucks? I was going to get a steampunk pistol, and I can't. That would be brandishing a weapon and not allowed. So sad. 2. Okay. Alrighty. So, when you kill the first boss fast with too many people, won't the next boss be more challenging with better loot rewards? So here's the thing. Ready? Say you kill the first boss in a dungeon, okay? And you kill it with more people than you're entitled to. Chances are the boss is going to be like, oh, no, you don't. And the boss is going to respond with, oh, you brought 40 people to a 16-man raid? Oh, well, now I invite you to all of my other things that are on my behavior table. I have access to new abilities because you're cheating. Or how are you going to get all the other people? How are you going to get the other 24 people to be okay with being on loot lockout? So if you're supposed to go into the dungeon with 16 people and you bring 40 and you put 40 people on loot lockout, then you literally have wasted 2.5 raids worth of loot lockout to get a piece of loot. Even if you can get a better piece of loot off of the second boss, I don't think that's going to justify or balance out putting 2.5 times the number of people on the loot lockout. Some people have said, how does that work? It works the same way as a game like Final Fantasy XI does with Dynamis. If you went into Dynamis on Monday, you couldn't go in on Tuesday. You had a counter before you could go into Dynamis again. And they don't even need to display that on your character side. They can put it in your character sheet if they want. But so you kill Sprocket in the first room. You're now on Sprocket loot lockout. There is some give and take they have to do based on contesting. However, Intrepid can figure that out. I'm gonna take my last break of the night. If you guys got any last questions about Alpha 1, ask those. If you got other questions about Ashes of Creation, ask those too. I'll be back in just about a minute. So really, I cannot wait for Wednesday. I cannot wait for Wednesday. You guys have no idea how excited I am. The air conditioner for the office will be here. It is 78 in my office. It is 78 outside. My my family is freezing their asses off. No, my cat won't eat, guys. Sora Bubba won't eat. He hasn't eaten in like 4 days. I'm getting worried. I think this might be the end of. I think this might be the end of my cat. I'm gonna miss my cat. I'm just getting word. Tamir's downstairs and he won't eat again. He has the option for very tasty pate, and he will not eat his pate. Remember the giveaways? Yes, thank you. Let's make sure. Let's start the good shit, right? Let's start the good shit. Now, this first one is a tangible item. This first one is a tangible. No need to follow me for the giveaways. No, I don't have to take him to the vet. We already know what's wrong with him. He has 40% kidney failure. It was just a matter of time. He had scar tissue on his kidneys. He got an infection when he was little. We didn't know about it, and the base vet never caught it. All right, guys. So this first one, there are caveats to this for the first one. So pay it. Again, I appreciate the follows, but make sure you're not following me for the giveaway. I don't want bloat on my channel. If you don't want to follow me, don't follow me. Following me gives you absolutely zero chance of increased anything. It's against the law to give followers an increased chance of winning. So I don't do that. If you didn't know, it's against the law. It's considered consideration. So I'm just saying, make sure you're not following me for the giveaway. This show stinks. So does the 46 Nation. I really like the first 45 nations, but that's for the 46 guy is a jerk. All right, guys. So for the first one, just listen. So the first one is a tangible item. It is a Logitech G635 wired headset. This is not the wireless model. This is the wired headset. Okay? This is a wired headset. However, it comes with a caveat. This is only US citizens. And here's why. I want to explain. I looked up the shipping price for this. And the shipping price for this varies between like 27 and like 49 bucks to ship to Canada. Okay? To ship to Europe, I have to pay customs on it. I can't do that. I simply can't do that. So with that, US address only. Now, if you have a US address, you have a US family member, you're gonna have to be able to give that to me, most Ricky Tick. Also, since it's a physical item, I need an address. Some people have won physical items in the past and they said, well, I won, but I don't want to give you my address. Well, then I don't know what to do. Like, I have a P.O. box. That way, when I don't want to give somebody my home address, I give them my P.O. box. So, with that said, U.S. shipping address. U.S. shipping address. The keyword is headset. The keyword is headset. I have 4 of these total. I'm giving away 1 tonight. So if I will pay the shipping. I will pay the shipping. You have to pay nothing. I will only ship it to a U.S. address. I'll also say this: if it's not a U.S. address, you're gonna make me very angry. Okay, you're gonna make me very angry. I will get this out. This will go out tomorrow. I have a post office in town, so this will go out tomorrow. With that said, I also have 2 gift cards to give away tonight. Once I give away the headset, I will give you a new keyword. Then everybody from Europe, everybody from wherever else, you're trying to say Argentina is out. And unless Argentina suddenly became the 51st state, then yes, that would be what the U.S. constitutes. What if I live in Guam? The U.S. Guam is not the United States. It's a territory. It's not a state. Rip Canada. Yeah, rip Canada because of your shipping prices. I found out one of the Canadians said to me, hey, did you know that the customs changed for Canada? And I said, no, I didn't. And they said, yeah, it's up to $150. I said, okay. And then I went to look up shipping and I was like, holy shit. Like, if I shipped it to you like 5th rate, like, turtle freight, it would be like $19 and you'd get it in like 7 weeks. Like, yeah, because we want to do that. All right, I'm going to draw this in 1 minute, starting from now. So in 1 minute, I will draw this. And of course, guys, not my preferred option, not my preferred way to not my preferred way to do this, but I got these from Stream Raiders. Stream Raiders ships me the item, and then I have to pay to reship it. I will say this, since I've already said I'll give away the 6 headsets. I'm gonna give away the 6 headsets. If I win any more tangible items from Stream Raiders, then I will probably sell the tangible item, take the money, put the money in the pool, and then be able to give out gift cards. I didn't realize that they shipped you the tangible item. I thought you had the voucher for the tangible item. But that would probably be a lot more work on them. Let's see. We're going to be rolling this in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 1. Magma Cannon. There you go. And obviously I will not share your shipping address on stream. Magma Cannon, you are also, I will ship this out to you tomorrow. You are also ineligible to win another one of the headsets. The other one is, you guys will have to enter again because I want to make sure that it's fair. The gift card keyword is gift card. So I will give you guys about 5 minutes to gift card it up. I will just draw 2 back to back on the same keyword. I will be waiting for Magma Cannon to give me a shipping address. Obviously, I won't share that. No, the gift cards are everybody, because anybody that has Amazon. All the spam. How does it feel to have the verbal NDA lifting? A little relief being able to answer. Oh yeah. It was very, very nice. It was very, very, very nice to have the verbal NDA lifted. Now that I can actually discuss things. So. So. Lots of follows. Again, guys, only follow my channel if you actually like the content. Following my channel doesn't, following my channel, yeah, it's free for all now. There is absolutely no value in following my channel. It doesn't help your odds. It doesn't help. Wow, look at that. All these people following magically. That's cool. Hopefully you guys actually want to follow. Opens up new conversations and new questions. Oh, absolutely. What is the funniest or weirdest bug I found? The funniest or weirdest bug I found was actually on the armor of the third eye. The sash of the third eye causes the sash just goes out in a giant graphical bug error off to the side. And so you see this like triangle off your side every time you move. Is that gray line attack from earlier in the video actually attack or a bad model? I don't know which gray line attack you mean. I didn't quite catch the bug. If it looks like a bug, it's actually a bug. There are some bugs even in what they're showing. It's a graphical error. Yeah, in an older test, me and my buddy were swimming on land. Yeah, that happens. Bug. They kind of prepped you for that bug because they told you, they said to you, hey, we're gonna be, we're gonna have a lot of things going on. And that's one of them. You could fix the swimming bug by going to the shore, walking back into the water and walking back out. The weirdest bug that I saw this test, yeah, the graphic thing off of the cloak of the third eye, definitely, definitely the weirdest, definitely the weirdest. Let's put a little pizzazz on these. Let's see. Just got here. Was it fun for a test? Oh yeah. It was great for a test. It was absolutely great for a test. Let's see. How was the immersion aspect? Well, let me tell you this. The immersion aspect was so good, right? That I don't think anybody was like, wow, this sucks. I don't think anybody was like, this sucks. I want to get out of here. Most people in my guild stuck it through. My guild played more than me, mainly because I wanted to spend time with my wife. And she has alpha testing, but she has a kidney stone, so she wanted to go lay down. She wasn't comfortable sitting up. And she was all excited to test, and then she tried to sit up and her back was like not gonna happen. All right, I will get this shipped out tomorrow. Yeah, kidney stone. Let's see. First one up. What did I say? I say 5 minutes. 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Person isn't following my channel. Fizza? Pisa? There you go. No, I'm not gonna re-roll. They don't have to follow the channel. You guys know I'm not like that. This isn't you guys pay my rent for me. We don't do that. Not the sort of stuff we do here. And the second one is Big Casso. Following since today, a couple of hours ago. Alright guys, that leaves me with one gift card left to give away. I have not gotten my next batch of gift cards. And just so you know, if you're new to my show, I've sent you both PMs on Twitch. I need you to respond. I won't read your email address out loud. I'll copy and paste those and I'll ship those out right away. So that you guys know, the way I do it when I get the gift cards from Stream Raiders is Stream Raiders will send me 5 $20 gift cards because we won a third tournament a while back. What I will do with those is I will redeem all 5 of them. I will redeem all 5 of them because these, just so you guys remember, these gifts come from me as a human being. These are not gifts from the Paradox Gaming Network Incorporated. These are not coming from the channel. These are coming from the streamer. These are coming out of my pocket, not the company that owns the channel. My channel is owned by my corporation. Otherwise, I have to get your tax. It's so bizarre, guys. If I give you a gift from my corporation, I gotta get your fucking name. I gotta get your social security, and I'm not even kidding. I would have to get your name, and then if you won more than $25, I'd have to have your social security number. Charitable gift, a C corporation can't give out charitable gifts. They're limited to 8 or 10% of their overall income per year in charitable gifts. And so it becomes promotional material if I want it to be tax writable. So then I'm getting your name, and I don't want your name, and I don't want your social security number. I don't want your tax ID number. I don't want any of that shit. So the way it works like this is I've just sent those 2 gift cards. Those come out of my pocket. That's a gift because I'm your friend and you're my friend and we're friends. And one friend can give another friend a gift. Okay. So I gave 2 gift cards out, gift cards, and I'm giving you a headset because it's out of, as you can see, it's out of my collection of headsets. That's why they don't come from the company. Yeah, some people, my accountant kind of like yells at me, and other accountants kind of yell at me and they say, well, what the hell are you doing? You're wasting all that tax write-off money. And I'm like, I'm not in it for the money. Even all the money I make, all those subscriptions tonight, guys, those all go to PGN Music. If you like music, go to PGN Music, follow the channel. Listen to some stuff. Tell me what sort of music you might like up on there. That really helps me because I want to get the PGN channel monetized. I need 1,000 subscribers over there. How is the feeling of character movement? Felt responsive? I will be honest. It felt good, and it's gonna get better. How much does it take to get corruption? 1 kill, because you're not supposed to kill anybody. The XP loss isn't tuned yet. So anybody that's like the death XP was too much or the death XP wasn't enough, none of that was tuned. None of that was tuned. And also I will say this, guys, there are people who got banned. There are in fact people who got banned because they were being douche canoes. Don't disrupt testing. If you want a PvP, talk to people and say, hey, let's go out there and have a fight. If you run around killing, it's like the one guy who came up to me and he was all happy and he was like, oh, hey, it's you, blah, blah, blah. Good to see you. I said, yeah, you probably shouldn't act like a douchebag in game and camp people. I wasn't doing that. Oh, really? Because you've already been reported. Oh, no. Are you serious? Yeah. Can I compare movement and fighting to APOC? No, I won't do that. Because APOC was all action combat. And it was meant to get certain data, and this wasn't a content test. So I don't want to say the combat was this or the combat was that or the combat was the other, because that would be like oh, well, this is your first impression. So what I'm going to say to you is the combat was the same as walking into the steakhouse, walking into the kitchen, picking up a raw steak, taking a bite and saying, this tastes like ass. It wasn't us black sales in spite of the rumors. It actually was some of you. I don't know how many people you had in your guild, but I know Black Cells was one of the people that was doing it. And I know it was not. No, here's the thing. It was not. Yes, it was. Don't tell me it wasn't. Okay. This isn't about you coming in here and defending your name and defending your honor or any of that shit, because I couldn't record it. But yes, a member of Black Sales was spawn camping. Your guild leader was already here, already talked to him. Okay. But here's the thing about rumors. If your guild is caught doing it, it's not your whole guild. If you saw a red walk past you, you're jumping to conclusions. Did I say I saw a red walk past me and I'm jumping to conclusions? Here's what I'm going to tell you. I wouldn't have talked to your guild leader earlier if I didn't. I know what you saw. Here's what you get to do. You get to get banned. And for anybody that's confused why I just banned that individual, number one, I've said about 4 times, I talked to your guild leader. I don't know who the fuck you are, but I do know who your guild leader is. And I've had a very polite conversation with your guild leader. I've had a very polite conversation with your guild leader, and your guild leader has already said your guild leader is going to look into it. And guess what's going to happen at the end of my show? I'm going to have a conversation with your fucking guild leader. Okay? You just represented your guild very piss poorly. You represented your guild very piss poorly. Okay? Hey, Big Cassio, say that in chat for me. Say that in chat so that they know that you got it. Now here's the thing. I didn't say any. Did I say anybody in Black Sales got banned? No, I said somebody in Black Sales was spawn camping. Does this individual, that Big Cassio got their gift card, did this individual that's in here representing their guild very poorly? You're representing your guild very poorly. We didn't do it. We didn't do it. We didn't do it. Nobody fucking said you did it, except the fact that I know you did it. Because I was standing in the fucking spawn camp watching your motherfucker do it. So here's the thing. When you're going to come in here and you're going to turn around and say, oh, we didn't do it. We didn't do it. Contrary to rumors, we didn't do it. I hate to tell you, but if in an alpha, you've already developed such a piss poor reputation that multiple guilds are saying your guild was acting like shitheads, guess what? You were acting like a shithead. Guess what the other thing you can't deny is? I can't believe that Intrepid banned our guildmate. I can't believe that the server logs show that he was spawn camping. I can't believe that the server logs show he killed 6 people within 6 meters of the spawn. Yeah, dumbass. He got defensive about that real quick. Yeah, exactly. If you know for a fact, if somebody came to me, said a member of Paradox was doing this, I'd say, okay, give me their name. And I'd go to the guild member and be like, I just want your side of it. What happened? My people will tell you in every channel I was in, number one, I yell at people if they start that negative talk about other games. I say, guys, we don't need that. We don't need that here. You don't have to say that Ashes is great and this other game is shit. Just say Ashes is great. Why do you have to say another game is shit? Ashes is great. Testing is great. Things are going well. Now, the one thing about ESO, somebody said in ESO that at launch, ESO still had rubber banding. Spawn camping is a valid meta, not in testing. Spawn camping is not a valid meta in testing. Spawn camping is not a valid meta in testing when the creative director has put out a statement that says, stop doing this because it's disruptive to testing. Spawn camping isn't a valid testing method when the community marketing lead follows up with, stop doing this, guys, we're going to ban you. If the server logs show you're doing this type of behavior, we're going to ban you. Ragnarok is one of the GMs according to their forum post. Well, then that guild is destined for fucking failure. If that individual was a guild leader, that guild is destined for fucking failure. Because that individual should have heard what I had to say, should have said, let me talk to you after your show. I'm not going to be a douchebag. I'm not going to disrupt your show. I'm not going to try to fucking, make. So here's the thing. All anybody ever learned from that person's interaction is Black Sails won't take responsibility for its members. Black Sails wants to stomp its feet because it developed a bad reputation. And really, we don't need them. That's what Black Sails proved coming in here. If you really want to have a conversation, guild leader to guild leader, or he should have said, hey, who did you talk to? And I'd be like, let me check my notes. But if that individual is a guild leader stomping their feet, not us, not us, not us, what did you do? Babysit your guild? I don't know what the fuck. I don't know what my guild did this weekend. We haven't. Now that the NDA is down, we can have a conversation. I wasn't going to be able to have a conversation with them except on the official Discord about how the caravan went. I went to spend time with my wife. I didn't see the caravan. Now that the NDA went down, the guys told me, yeah, it was funny as fuck. The caravan was all over. I didn't babysit my guild members. I actually had to tell some of my guild members that are in here will tell you this. One of my officers got spawn camped. Some of my guild members were mobilized to go deal with it. I said, stop, don't go. If you go fight him, then he gets to use the excuse of, oh, well, we were just fighting. We were having a good time because they came and hunted me down. Fuck that. If you were getting spawn camped, report it as spawn camping, because both the creative director and the community marketing link both said don't do that. Don't go and give him a fight because then you give him an excuse. We were on Shoal. We only had, I think my guys only I ran into a couple of people that kept attacking me, which was just comical because they thought I was level 1 because I was in the starting area. And I got people attacking me. Care Bear mentality, bad rep. Imagine getting upset about a red PvP guild being red. I'm gonna just ban you because I don't like your name, and I really don't even want to give you a platform to even speak. Your name alone means you're just a baseless troll. Who's upset about people being red in a game where red means anything? It's like, it's like people got like shit in their ears or something. You don't disrupt testing. You don't disrupt testing weekend by PvPing. When they turn around and they say, and guess what? Yeah, and a sentence made no sense. I know. It's hilarious. When Steven turns around, he says, okay, guys, the corruption system is place. Death penalties are in place. Oh, wait, hold on. Hold on, I got a tip. Thanks, appreciate that. You like how I don't mess around with the trolls? So great. I don't got time for that shit. And you know what's even better? Let me tell you what's even better. The people that then follow me after they get banned, they don't understand that there's a they don't understand that there's a button that allows me to ban them and then remove the follow and prevent them from following me. Goodbye. I've tried to tell people over the years, don't fight with the streamer because you can't win. Because I have the block button, okay? Because I have the block button, and I have the microphone, and I have the camera, and I can speak faster than you can type, and I can simply, I can mod if needed. Nah, you're good. I like this. I like this part of the show, and again, okay, if all those people, if really all of those people are in the same guild, and that's how they behave, and that's how they behave, then they're just going to develop a reputation. Let's see. Jahlon is on a scale of 1 to 10. How fun does the game feel? I'm not going to answer that question. The reason why I'm not going to answer that question is because this wasn't a content test. This was a back-end test. But with that said, guys, now you're all in trouble. I think, maybe. Now you're all in trouble because now Z has moderator powers here. Why? Yeah, there you go. I just gave Z a sword. So Z has a sword now. So I'm going to come back and my whole channel is going to be banned. Anyway, guys, I got to get out of here. It's my end of my 5-hour show. End of my 5-hour show. I need to run a kid home. I will be back on Wednesday. You guys can join me on my Discord, right? You can join me on my Discord if you want to talk more. If you got specific questions, you can join me there. Until then, guys. Oh, wait, hold on. Until then, let's do the respectful thing. Is anybody I know streaming? Is anybody I know streaming? Let's take a look. I don't know any of these people. So, there are, no, I don't have a working relationship with any of these people. So there are other Ashes of Creation content creators online. Let me check one other thing real quick before I take off. Cause I don't raid people I don't know. You know what? Yeah, I don't know any of these people. So you guys take care and I will see you on Wednesday. I will see you on Wednesday morning for another riveting show.
I say, Sprocket, we've reached the end of another video. Time to thank the sponsors. Yes, that will do, that will do. Shall we pop off for a spot of tea?